Yeah.
Ei morena koutou, tūtahi mākui me ana ko koutou, ko tai mai nei I runga I te epurangi nei. E mihi kawana ki ngā kārangarangatanga kei Wainganui a koutou, no reira I tīmata I tātou hearing I runga ngā kupu hei tuku ki te atua. Tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai I raro. Tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho kia tau ai, te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, haumi e hui e tae ki e. Good morning, everybody. Just like to acknowledge everyone who's joined us this morning and started us off with a karakia. I'm Antoine Coffin and I'm going to be chairing. Yes, I'm not Stephen Daish. I'm Antoine Coffin who will be chairing us for the next couple of days. Unfortunately, Stephen has contracted COVID-19. And we've just been in touch with him over the last day or so, and he's made the right decision not to join us this morning. Although we weren't going to be able to catch COVID from him, he certainly was feeling very, very unwell as last night progressed. So he won't be joining us, and he'll be resting up. But you're in safe hands with myself and Kit Littlejohn. Would you like to just introduce yourself, Kit?
Kia ora tātou. Good morning, everyone.
Hey, thanks, Kit. Many of you know us. We've been sitting on a large number of hearings so far, but if you're first to join us for this particular hearing, Antoine Coffin, Hearing Commissioner, 25 years resource management experience, specialising in heritage management and also engagement with tangata whenua and been involved in a number of treaty settlement claims. And I'm joined by Kit Littlejohn. If you want to just quickly give some of your experience, Kit.
Kia ora. Like Antoine, I've been living and breathing resource management and all that entails in Aotearoa since, goodness, the late 90s. So if I look old, it's because of that. So I've been helping with the New Plymouth District Plan. I'm based up in Auckland. I do commissioner work for Auckland Council, plus have a range of other private clients that I work for up in Auckland in this space.
Thanks, Kit. In terms of health and safety, when we're online, the health and safety message is a little bit different. We probably just want you to make sure you're comfortable, you've got a good comfortable chair, that you're not hunching over your laptop and straining your eyes all day. So take a little break. We can turn off your video and take a break, have a stretch. That's all good by us. Is there anything else we just need to be aware of, Christine?
No, not that I can recall, Antoine. It's all good.
Okay. Just in terms of our protocols, and everyone's looks like they're all well adept of this. If you're having problems with your broadband width or connections, we're quite happy for you to turn your video off. But if you've got good internet, happy for you to turn your video on. Just while others are talking, having your mute on, which you already have, which is fantastic. We do have the chat function as well, so Christine will probably be able to monitor that. So if you don't want to say, hey Christine, over the top of you, and you can put a little chat and she can keep an eye out for that if there's a little message for her or for the panel. Happy to receive those as well. We might just check attendances, which can also be a bit of a sound check for everybody as well. We might start with yourself. Ra, do you like to prefer to be called Ra or Rochelle?
Kia ora, Ra's fine, thank you. Good morning.
Fine. Okay, thank you very much. And the sound is good. Let's on my screen. Let's go with Mark James.
Good morning. Yes, Mark James here.
Excellent. Can hear you nice and clearly. Thanks, Mark. Richard Bain.
Kia ora, Richard Bain. My role in this was giving advice to Rochelle on landscape character.
Thank you. We can hear you nice and clear, Richard. Tāne Manukonga, tēnā koe te rangatira.
Me ana kia tātou, I te rangatira koutou rā, te hāpuri nei o ngā motu, mihi ana kia tātou I tēnei ata. Ai, ko tāne manu toko ingoa, he uri au o ngā mahanga ātairi. Yeah, lovely to see you all again. Hope you've had a good holiday. I certainly have. But really looking forward to tomorrow. I'm up, I think, 3rd tomorrow, I think.
Yeah,
E mihi ana kia tātou.
yeah, that's right, Tani. Thank you, and we can hear you nice and clearly. Peter Matic.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I'm just trying to sort out my headset.
It's okay.
Seems to have disappeared, but I'm just going through my laptop at the moment. So we're up first thing tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, but I thought I'd sit and listen so I could steal secrets from everybody. So I was forearmed.
Hey, thank you, Peter. And well, good to hear your voice, though we can't see it, but you're loud and clear. Helen Johnson.
Good morning, everybody. I actually don't have my video set up at the moment. I will have that sorted by this afternoon. But yes, happy to see everybody.
Thank you, Helen. We can hear you just fine. Carolyn, excuse me, Carolyn Ratt.
Morena koutou. I'm Carolyn Ratt, planner representing Transpower, and we're presenting later this afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you. We can hear you just fine. And Tom Shand.
Working. Yeah. Kia ora koutou. Tom Shand. I'm a coastal engineer and coastal hazard specialist. I've just been giving advice to Ra, New Plymouth District Council, on the coastal hazards aspects.
Thank you, Tom. And last on my screen is Maria Hokopoda.
Morena tātou, ko Mari Hokopoda tōkonga. I'm presenting evidence tomorrow. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maria. I think that's everybody on my screen. Is that everyone, Christine? That's great. Hey, thanks, everybody. Just in terms of our agenda for today, we've got Ra and her team just presenting an overview of the Section 42A report and the evidence. With them, we're, depending on how we go this morning, then our next scheduled time is 1 p.m. for Forest and Bird. Then we have Transpower, Helen Johnson, and that's all I have on my list for today, Christine. I've got that right. So just a few this afternoon. I suspect we may finish early, and then we'll start up again tomorrow, and some have, those who are giving evidence tomorrow have joined us for today. So without further ado, perhaps I'll pass over to you, Rochelle, and please take your time. Don't feel like you're under any time pressure to rush through this. It has been a lovely break, and so I haven't done any reading since probably would have been about Friday morning, I think was the last time I was reading things. So it's kind of fresh in my head, but it'd be good for you just to take your time through the presentation, and probably start with just introducing yourself and the team if you need to, and just what you're going to cover for us. We've got your presentation that we received, but it would be just good just an overview of how you're going to present to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. So yeah, I'm the reporting officer for natural hazards and the coastal environment chapters in the proposed plan. I've got 3 experts here today, as they've introduced themselves. So Mark James is a council employee, works in the council's infrastructure team, stormwater management expert. We have Tom Shand with the coastal science, and we've relied heavily on the work that Tonkin of Taylor done over the years with us. And Dr. Shand's also been really involved with our engagement with coastal communities. And we have Richard Bain, our landscape expert, who yeah, you will be well familiar with as well. So thanks, Christine. If you could, I think Christine's going to click through the slides for me. So I have got quite a few slides here, but lots of them are pictures, and then we're covering a range of matters, a lot of hazards, a lot of higher order framework that we're working under. So I appreciate you saying not to rush, but yeah, there is a bit of background, and I'll try and be concise. But so today I'll start with providing some history and context for these 2 chapters for the district, what management approaches have been taken in the past. I'll address natural hazards first, including the coastal hazards, and then move on to the coastal values of the district. Then I'll move on to the district plan review, consider the policy and legislative framework, outline the approach taken for the PDP, and identify key changes from the ODP. So just everybody knows, just checking everyone knows PDP, proposed district plan, ODP, operative district plan. We'll then outline submissions received on each chapter, the recommendations in my Section 42A reports, and the evidence filed in response to the Section 42A, and I'll outline what I consider to be the areas remaining in contention. So beginning with natural hazards, thanks Christine. So just put here that this is the Section 2 RMA interpretation for natural hazard, which is a wide-reaching definition. These are natural processes which become a hazard when they threaten people's activities or settlements or other things they value. The district plan does not identify and manage all of these potential hazards. It's worth noting that the council undertakes measures outside of the district plan as well. So we have functions under the Building Act, such as regulating buildings in relation to wind zones and fire risk to buildings and the occupants, earthquake strengthening, building on land subject to natural hazards. Also, council has functions under the Building Act as well as the RMA. Certain hazards with low probability but high potential impact, such as eruption, tsunami and earthquakes, are primarily addressed through civil defence emergency management measures. And for hazards likely to result in a civil defence emergency, the impact could be district-wide. So in drafting a plan, we need to consider whether applying district-wide responses through land use planning is appropriate because, for example, volcanic eruption, that's likely to result in very inflexible and inefficient use and development. And then drought is more appropriately addressed through infrastructure planning and water allocation planning. So it's quite a tricky space to navigate. So just the next slide here, thanks Christine, just the headlines for hazards. The focus in the RMA is on significant risks of hazards. So thanks Christine, I'll just flick through that. So what are the significant natural hazard risks to the district and to which hazards does the district plan respond? So the image on the right in that slide is from the Civil Defence Group Plan. It includes the ranking of the region's hazard risks from a civil defence emergency management perspective. And, it should be acknowledged that the RMA requirement to manage the significant risks of natural hazards requires some prioritisation of hazards in terms of the significance of the risks. The district plan response must consider whether the risks are quantifiable, the cost of quantification. It's not economically feasible to obtain new and updated science for all hazards defined in the RMA for the PDP. And the bullet points on this slide are the natural hazards considered by NPDC to present the greatest risk in terms of likelihood and consequence in the district. The list represents what's managed by the ODP and the PDP. And I acknowledge that this list excludes some hazards in the RMA definition and in the CDM group plan, because they are considered to be better managed by other mechanisms such as the wind and fire under the Building Act, and tsunami and tornado more appropriate under civil defence. For some natural hazards, the risk, including the likelihood and consequence, is problematic to quantify or map. For example, while a severe tornado occurs about once every 4 years in Taranaki, it is difficult to predict where that impact might be. The focus for natural hazard management through the district plan review has been on coastal hazards, that's flooding and erosion, and stormwater flooding. These are identified as hazards that may pose significant risk to a large but identifiable number of people and properties. And these hazards we can have a good attempt at quantifying them, noting that predicting 100 years into the future is quite, there's a lot of ambiguity around that. But we feel confident with the science updates that we've received, and we know that the operative plan was quite out of date in some respects. The stormwater, coastal erosion, coastal flooding hazards. And just note there also the last three on that list are, so we've got our hazards are addressed in a few different chapters. So earthworks is primarily in the earthworks chapter, and then we've got the National Planning Standards directed us to get the coastal flooding, the coastal hazards out of the natural hazards chapter into the coastal chapter. So I'll provide some background now on the district's flooding hazards. So flooding is one of the most expensive and common hazards in our district. It's occurred throughout New Plymouth's history. Because of the climatic conditions in relation to Mount Taranaki and the ranges, our district can experience some of the highest intensity rainfall in New Zealand. The greatest flood risk is associated with the major river systems, and localised flooding or ponding occurs during and following high and intensive rainfall events which exceed the capacity of overland flow paths and stormwater systems. As New Plymouth and surrounding urban areas have grown, development within the stream catchments has meant that both businesses and residential properties are exposed to flooding during extreme rainfall events. New Plymouth experienced major floods in 1935, as you can see in these old photos on the slide, and in the 1970s and the 1980s. And the largest flood was in 1971, when 29 centimetres of rain fell in 24 hours. And shop windows had to be smashed by civil defence workers to relieve pressure inside buildings. Goods were swept through the streets by the floodwaters, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage in the 70s. And in the 1980s, 3 major earth flood protection dams were built to assist the city's management of the flood hazards. So that's the Huatoki, Waimea and Mangaotuku streams, to detain flood flows and limit the flows into the central business district of New Plymouth. And so that is New Plymouth District Council infrastructure that the team that Markson manages. And since that time, additional flood diversion tunnels and earth detention bunds and other infrastructure has been constructed to as part of the city's flood protection scheme. Thanks, Christine. So Waitara is a low-lying township built either side of the Waitara River. It's particularly susceptible to flooding, and the river catchment is very large. The township's located at the river mouth, which is also susceptible to catchment and coastal flooding. And the events in 1965 and 1971 caused major flooding in Waitara. However, TRC has a significant flood protection scheme for the urban and commercial areas of the township now, and that's proven to be effective in more recent significant events. And you can see the picture on the right there, just how effective the TRC stop banks have proven to be. Those trees aren't normally covered in water. And in addition, NPDC has invested considerable resource to stormwater management in Waitara as well. Thanks, Christine. So New Plymouth District Council flood control measures, the evidence of Mr. James, which is Appendix 3 to the Natural Hazards Section 42A report, outlines the stormwater management measures that NPDC is responsible for. Mr. James outlines operational measures for the reduction of flood hazards. That includes maintenance programs for the stormwater system, network monitoring, flood response, responding to public reports of stormwater issues. Mr. James outlines the planning measures, including pipe renewals, stormwater modelling and catchment management planning. He explains development controls, whereby building consents and resource consent proposals undergo a check by development engineers. Development is required to be hydraulically neutral. Floor levels are checked, and the management of the overland flow path network is kept in check. And Mr. James's evidence outlines the council's rollout of significant stormwater modelling and improvements, and this was considered in some length in key issue 3 of the Natural Hazards Section 42A report. And Mr. James also talks about the local version of NZS 4404, which applies, which is being implemented in all building consents. So thank you, Christine. So just briefly, the TRC flood control schemes are at Waitara, Waipakaiho and Okato, and in particular the Waitara and Waipakaiho are particularly significant investments and works, and the bullet points there just feature some of the things in those schemes: stop banks, floodgates and whatnot. Thanks, Christine. So now onto some information on coastal inundation hazard. So some low-lying areas in the district have been subject to isolated coastal flooding incidences from extreme weather events. And our understanding of the district's coastal flooding risk is based on the Tonkin and Taylor 2016 study. which is appendix to the Section 32 report. And this work has informed the coastal flooding hazard area of the PDP. While our coast is susceptible to storm-driven coastal inundation, resulting from a combination of high tide, storm surge, and variation of sea level rise and wave setup, the Tonkin and Taylor study concluded that widespread impacts were unlikely. I'll just note there are some limitations to the assessment. It did not consider the full 100-kilometre length of the district. It focused on urban areas and was limited to areas with available topographical data at the time. So that's Okura, Te Waitara, and Onairo and Uranui. So therefore, some of the northern settlements, which are in low-lying river mouths such as Pongapurutu and Mohakatino, which may be prone to coastal flooding, are not included in the analysis, and they warrant further study in the future, which will be assisted with the LIDAR work that has recently come online. This photo in the slide here is the Ahuahu Road footbridge. So this bridge is normally meters above the water level, and this is an example of where we've recently seen some coastal flooding, and this area isn't identified in the coastal flooding area in the proposed plan. And your large areas along the Waitara riverbanks could be impacted by coastal flooding, which could coincide with catchment flooding. However, the presence of the stop banks mitigates the flooding risk. And the TNT assessment modelled and mapped the flood risk based on 2 scenarios, with and without the stop banks. And for the proposed plan mapping, we put the extent in on the basis of without stop banks. So it was a bit conservative. Thanks, Christine. Just a few slides of Okura River mouth. So this is that same event in February this year. So this is generally a river mouth that people will roll their pants up and you can wander across it. And here we see catchment conditions bringing down elevated flows, and at the same time we've got some storm surge flooding the river mouth and upstream. Thanks, Christine. And that's from the same point as the previous slide, but looking upstream, you can see Okura Pa, the red roof on the other side. The Okura River usually has beaches. It's a popular place to take very small children to swim. The water level is usually very well below this. And I just thought that was a good picture to give you the context for Okura Pa, being subject to tangata whenua submissions and evidence regarding the MPZ Māori purpose zoning. I'm looking forward to hearing the kōrero from tangata whenua about this during the hearing. And note also from this picture, you can see the bowl or basin described in Mr. Bain's evidence, which considers the natural character values of the site. Thank you, Christine. So in terms of Tonkin and Taylor findings for urban New Plymouth, the coastal flooding is concentrated at river mouths, with the impact extending quite far upstream in some locations, but the majority of land affected is reserve land. So the district-wide 380 landowners are within the coastal flooding hazard area in the PDP. 260 of those are already subject to other flood hazard overlays in the ODP. Thanks, Christine. Moving now to coastal erosion. So this is a key hazard of concern in the district. So like other natural hazards, it's a natural process. The coast recedes or advances depending on sediment supply, climate and oceanic conditions. But erosion becomes a hazard when it threatens people's activities or settlements and things they value. So a brief description of the coastal geomorphology of the district. We've got the northern 71 kilometres, so we've got a 100 kilometre approximately coastline, the northern 71 kilometres cliff coast, and the southern 29 kilometres sand, softer coast. I've got some more geography about that if needed, but it's detailed in Dr. Shan's report as well. But but beaches and cliffs respond differently to erosion, and the rate of susceptibility along the district's coastline varies depending on the underlying geology. Beaches can move inland, and dune systems can provide some protection against erosion, and large amounts of sand and gravel sediment can cause beaches to accrete or move outwards. such as when we have slips up the Stony River catchment, resulting in millions of cubic meters of sand being deposited in the river mouth. And then our coastline, we have northern direction of longshore drift, so we get a lot of sediment coming down from the mountain at the southern boundary of the district, and then that gets swept up north in the northern direction. So yeah, the sandy beaches can build up and move a bit more, but cliffs, however, there's no natural process to build them up again, so they can only erode. And the composition of the cliff is important, and cliffs made of silt and soft rock are more prone to erosion. And while the district's southern coastline is anticipated to recede to a lesser degree than in the north, the entire 100 kilometres of the district's coastline is susceptible to erosion, with the environment subject to high wave, energy and wind processes that you expect to find on New Zealand West Coast beaches. Due to climate change and sea level rise, erosion is expected to be above the historic rates that we've seen. Thanks, Christine. Coastal erosion has been a focus of the district's coastal management in previous decades. We have the coastal erosion strategy. So that's a 1995 document, which considers 8 specified settlements susceptible to erosion and identifies erosion management options at each site. And the slide lists those settlements. So options for each settlement include removal of existing protection structures that are in disrepair, because in the past there has been some haphazard approaches to protection. There's another option, planting and dune reshaping, relocation of council buildings, alternative locations for boat launches. The erosion strategy determines that only significant roads will be considered for hard protection structures. Another option is no action, that is allow natural processes to do their thing. And the erosion strategy identifies areas where hard protection structures will and will not be considered, and where they are considered, that's generally considered as a last resort. And the strategy includes monitoring of those 8 settlements. And finally, in this strategy, the council expressly declares that only significant public assets along the district's coastline will qualify for possible protection, as in by funding through the long-term planning process. So that's particularly relevant for the Onairo settlement, which I'll move on to soon. Thanks, Christine. So here's some of the operational works that MPDC carries out in our coastal management. Just note that picture there is Uranui Beach, and I've been there on days where it's not a blue sky and my children are standing on the top of that seawall and I'm yelling at them to get back because you see overtopping. Yeah. So there are a number of measures outside the district plan that the council manages coastal reserves and associated assets located at or near the coast. So we have 8 kilometres of hard protection structures, and then we've got sand dune management, so that's soft defences or natural defences. We've got 4.2 kilometres of dune plantings, and there are regular sand push-ups at Owakura, Waitara and Uranui. So they happen every year and at times after an event. But in terms of those seawalls and the sand push-ups, currently the budget seems to be, it's quite manageable. But just note that when you're under the NZ CPS, you're looking 100 years into the future. So we don't know whether in 50 or 80 or 100 years time, whether it's going to be feasible to continue popping boulders back and doing the sand push-ups. And then in some locations in the district, there are some private hard protection, and that's been funded by coastal landowners. And most notably, this includes Port Taranaki and the railway line in New Plymouth, and along the northern Messenger Terrace properties in Owakura. There's also some walls between Wills Road and the airport, so Bell Block and the airport, and yeah, a handful of other ones as well. Thanks, Christine. Just a few slides for visuals on coastal erosion in relation to areas identified as our hotspots. So the first one here is in Waitara, just east or north of the river mouth. We have residential dwellings, roading and water infrastructure and parts of Marine Park currently at risk, with the risk expected to increase in the future. And just crude measuring from the aerial photographs, I probably should have asked Dr. Shan to verify, but measuring from the aerial photographs here, we're looking at around 8 to 10 meters shoreline retreat in under 20 years in this location. If you want to just sort of eyeball a few fence lines and things, you can see that's falling away. And work is beginning with this community to develop an adaptation plan. Thanks, Christine. This is Onairo, another hotspot community. So this picture is taken on Motukari Reserve, and this settlement has a history of haphazard erosion control over the decades. It's subject to park protection. You can see in the picture at the top, you can see a walkway and some boulder protection around the bottom of that, but then that southern end of the beach isn't protected. And just to note that big gut there. Now, a few years ago, MPDC obtained resource consent from TRC to build further hard protection here. And but MPDC is no longer going to fund that wall. However, the council is working with the community to fund the wall themselves via a targeted rate. So just noting that gut, because I'll look at that in a few other photos coming up. Thanks, Christine. So there you can see that gut in the top right. And again, the crude measuring off the aerial photographs, we're looking at around 15 meters shoreline retreat in under 20 years at that gut, and around 10 meters generally on the reserve. But when you get a weak area like this gut, then the erosion is more of an issue. And I'm aware that some of the residents there, when there's a storm coming, they keep an eye on the forecast and are nervous. Thanks, Christine. And that's just a picture of that gut from the beach. There has been some temporary protection. The consent that MPDC got had 2 stages. The first one was some minor boulder placements, like an interim, a very temporary work, and so that is consented. And yeah, the second stage is for a much more significant wall. Thanks, Christine. So a lot of work's been happening with the Onairo community. So we had Dr. Shan do a more detailed assessment. This was following the feedback received on the draft district plan. This photo taken during some engagement, so prior to public notification when we wanted to share the findings of Dr. Shan's assessment. And Dr. Shan has come down and assisted by explaining to these communities about the processes, and I think it's just gone down really well. I think there's a really high level of appreciation and understanding in the community of the realities and difficulties of dealing with these coastal hazards. Thanks, Christine. And this is just an example of the communications that we've developed to support our engagement with the communities through the district plan review. So this again, 2019, tried to communicate complex science and the ambiguity inherent in hazard management in an easy to understand way. And over the last 5 or 6 years, there have been a number of beach walk and talk days in different communities, and they've been very well received by residents. And my perception is that there's a level of acceptance in the district around sea level rise and the need to plan for coastal hazards, which will be exacerbated by climate change. Having said that, we still have many people wanting to live the coastal dream and hear the waves lapping on their doorstep. Okay, so moving on to the volcanic hazard now. So it's pretty exciting living next to a volcano. You know, it's a quiet news day when the Taranaki Daily News pops out a headline like this. According to the Civil Defence Emergency Management website, an eruption of Mount Taranaki is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. An eruption has been assessed as a moderate to very high hazard for the region. So Mount Taranaki is part of a volcanic chain that includes the Kaitaki and Puakai ranges, Paratutu and the Sugarloaf Islands. Mount Taranaki is the youngest, largest and only remaining active volcano in this chain. And the volcanism is related to subduction of the Pacific plate below the Australian plate. Mount Taranaki began forming about 130,000 years ago. If you go to Pukeariki, you can see some neat education about that. We have moderate to large eruptions have occurred on average every 500 years, with smaller eruptions occurring about 90 years apart. The last major eruption was in 1854. That's 168 years ago. So it's considered overdue. And the cone of Mount Taranaki has collapsed several times, and surveys have confirmed that historical landslides, lava and pyroclastic flows have reached between 7 and 40 kilometres from the cone, reaching the present Taranaki coastline. Ongoing erosion events after an eruption can cause effects beyond the volcanic cone at any time. So it's well monitored by GeoNet. There's a lot of work happening with civil defence in this space and with scientists in New Zealand and around the world. And there are no indications that Mount Taranaki is about to erupt. However, its unbroken geological history of activity tells us that it will in the future. And we are in an unusually long, although not unprecedented, lull in activity. And research from 2014 estimates that we have an 81% probability of at least one eruption by 2065. So the Civil Defence website considers 3 likely scenarios for the next eruption. So a small explosive pumice eruption that could herald a period of more frequent eruptions to follow. A lava dome eruption that also could continue for years to decades. And thirdly, a large explosive event. And the last one of those was in AD 1655. So there's a number of hazards within that. So you've got tephra and ash being ejected, pyroclastic flows, lava flows, lahars, that's moving fluid mass composed of volcanic debris and water. You have debris avalanches, sector collapses. So that can be one of the most hazardous volcanic events and create blasts, and you can have lightning and volcanic gases and associated earthworks and ground deformations. But Civil Defence has undertaken a lot of work for volcanic preparedness. There are several physical, economic and environmental impacts associated with the volcanic activity. And I could spell out some of these, but I probably don't need to give you too much detail about how big a deal it would be for our district in the event of volcanic eruption. But I would also note that it's not generally a one-off episode. It's more likely a series of events that could continue for years or decades. And so the work being undertaken by Civil Defence considers a range of scenarios and explores ways to live with an active volcano. So for example, they've got a stream of work around agriculture, living, and there can be some positive. If it's a light ash, it might be beneficial. There's a lot of scenarios being planned for, but it's not really expected that everybody would leave and stay away until it stopped. Well, that may be the case, but
just I'm trying to avoid asking questions until you've sort of finished your presentation, but I just wonder, for particularly on this one and other matters that might come up, if you're able to sort of give us a little bit of a inkling in terms of those things that you think that the district plan is well placed to respond to in a primary way, in those matters which it's a supporting document that it's doing some of the lifting, but not necessarily the heavy lifting. I think this was an interesting example where I hadn't appreciated the 81% probability profile. It sort of changes my view of always wanting to come over to New Plymouth from Tauranga. I might have to temper that a bit and just check the website just to make sure the activity is low. But I just wanted you, when you're going through these, if you're able to give us a little context of the district plan's role, because just thinking about the resources required to update a plan, go through these, these public processes is quite arduous and expensive and not necessarily quick, fast. But when you're dealing with volcanic events or preparing for volcanic events, you need a certain amount of nimbleness and agility that perhaps a district plan helps in some way, but doesn't actually lead.
Yeah. So yeah, this one in particular, it's our most significant. I'll just double check that slide from the volcanic eruption is determined by civil defence as the #1 hazard for the region. But in a district plan sense, all that we are mapping and putting controls around it are the lahars.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Like things like lahars, there might be particular events that you need the plan is best placed to provide for.
Yes.
Just if I jump in there, Ray, as I understand it, the only rule that is triggered based on the volcanic hazard area are hazard sensitive activities. Is that right? So any
and in the hazardous substances chapter.
Oh yes. Okay,
yeah, there's an avoid locating hazardous facilities and or significant hazardous facilities. And
is I wanted to avoid asking questions to
that's fine. I'm happy to have them as you go.
Okay, the on the E-plan, the volcanic hazard area layer only becomes visible at about a 1 to 8,000 scale, and that's almost when you're at the road scale. Is it possible to produce a district map which shows the extent of those volcanic hazard areas at a district scale, just so I can see the extent of where the lahars originate from and end up?
Yes, that's fine. I have seen some maps produced by Civil Defence, which is where we've got our layer from. But
Okay.
I can present that for sure.
Look, at the end of the hearing, it's fine. It's quite difficult when and a number of the other layers, because the amount of data you've got in the E-plan, they only sort of switch on at a low scale. You don't get to see the full geographic extent of them, and so I appreciate that's just a feature of the document. But for this one in particular, I'd be interested to get a sense of where they are at a district-wide scale.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving on now to earthquakes. Thanks, Christine. So you don't need to be as worried about coming here for this hazard. You've probably been a bit more worried about being in Hawke's Bay. So Taranaki does have a number of active fault lines, particularly Inglewood, Waverley and Oanui, which Waverley and Oanui not in our district, as well as offshore. But as you can see in that image there, compared to other districts, our hazard risk from earthquake is not as significant here. So in our district, the two main fault lines are Inglewood and Norfolk, and ruptures of the Inglewood fault have seen vertical movements of 1 to 2 meters. Other faults in the region have had up to 3 meters. So, and no earthquakes have been recorded that might indicate ongoing volcanic process or precursors of an eruption of the mountain. 200 to 300 earthquakes are recorded each year in Taranaki. That's around 2% of the total number in New Zealand in a typical year. In Taranaki, up to 10 of those might be large enough to be felt by residents. And the GNS science calculates the annual likelihood of a magnitude 6 earthquake that's large enough to damage buildings and move furniture would be 5% in South Taranaki and 3% in the north. So we have a reduced risk from the southern end of our region. However, a large and damaging quake could occur at any time and may be followed by aftershocks that continue for weeks or months. And most earthquake-related injuries and deaths result from falling debris, flying glass, and collapsing structures such as buildings and bridges. And so I would note here the role of the Building Act in relation to earthquake-prone buildings and the structural design of buildings, and land use planning in our district is limited to these two fault lines, which were just carried over. The mapping was carried over from the operative plan. So that wraps up the background context in respect of the district's natural hazards. So I don't know if you'd like any question time on that now, or at
I
the
think
end.
it might be good while we've still got that momentum here and our thoughts here, just to open it up for a few questions. I had just a couple of rudimentary questions, but perhaps Kit, did you want to start?
No, thanks for that, Ra. I've gone through all the reports, and I mean, mine sort of dig into the detail a little bit. The one I'm still scratching my head over, and it really comes down, as I say, it's a matter of detail around the way the rules, both in the natural hazards and in the coastal environment chapter, have incorporated a reference to being permitted under other overlays or chapters. And I think the explanation you put forward in the 42A report is that even though you might be compliant with the underlying natural hazard rule, if you trigger needing a resource consent under one of the other overlays, either earthworks or whatever, then that will also trigger a requirement to consider the natural hazard objectives and policies, which I guess to some extent assumes that even if you're complying with the natural hazard rule, there is still a natural hazard risk from needing a resource consent generally. And I guess I'm just a little bit unsure as to the basis for that assumption. If you can otherwise comply with the physical requirements to avoid the natural hazard, why would you then need a resource consent if, for example, your structure, for example, needed a consent under a different chapter, but for very different reasons?
It's about providing an ability to apply that natural hazard lens. Yeah, and I'm really interested hearing the evidence and your questioning around this, because I know it's not, we can't avoid all hazard risk in the district. So and we don't want to, we have to balance up that wanting to be efficient and effective, but also managing as we can. So it's just about providing an opportunity to apply a hazard lens.
I guess part of my inquiry here is that we've been living with this plan and getting to know it now for some time, and the way it's sort of structured at the front end is that you have to comply with all of the relevant provisions, and you have to take and consider all of the relevant objectives and policies. So we've sort of taken the view that the nature of the activity determines the relevant chapters and rule frameworks. And it just seems that with what you're proposing with the natural hazard and the coastal environment sort of goes against that approach. It's sort of, and I guess I just want to get a sense of what constructing the rules this way, gives you in terms of what you've described as that lens that the plan doesn't otherwise require, based on its broad-based approach to making sure that you look at all of the relevant chapters. Just seems, and I'm just a bit nervous about being very specific about it in these chapters, and then subsequently it ending up being a basis for an argument that if these aren't actually provided for in other chapters, you don't have to think about them. But I don't think that's the way the plan's constructed. Do you see what I'm sort of getting at? It just seems a bit counterintuitive when you've constructed a plan where everything's relevant.
Yeah,
anyway,
I've gone around in circles with this, and part of it was that that's how it was consulted with the community through the draft plan, and that was before my time. But I think in most cases that those permitted standards aren't, that you would have been triggered by the earthworks in the hazard rule anyway, or the earthworks chapter anyway. And I have thought, whether do we actually even need it in relation to earthworks, because the earthworks policies and objectives, they address that risk. I guess it's about visibility and people being as informed as possible where they are in a hazard area, and that's part of it as well, that visibility, the hazard.
Okay, all right. Well, I can't take it much further than that. It was just one of the things I sort of picked up on going through it, as to whether this approach is the right approach And I take your point on that. It is about visibility and I mean, to some extent in the coastal environment, the way the triggers are worked there, you do have an overriding obligation to ensure integrated management of the coastal environment. There's a whole other technology that exists around trying to achieve that. So I've got some sympathy with the approach there. And maybe because natural hazard management is such a big picture, high policy area, that's similar sort of logic has to apply. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't sort of come to any views on it. It's just something I wanted to test you on a little bit.
No, I mean, and I recognise there is a potential inefficiency in that some areas are in the coastal environment based on, say, landscape values.
Yep.
And they're not identified as a hazard risk. And so, you know, as a processing planner, you would just look at that. You'd start off with, oh, what are the hazards and values in the coastal environment? And if it's not hazards, you just address that and say, these policies aren't relevant to this proposal. But yeah, it's something that I do struggle with a little bit, but the processing planners would be, can be pragmatic in that respect.
Okay, just a couple of queries you can help me out on. In the Natural Hazards 42A report, there's a bit of a discussion about is it the flood hazard area being a non-statutory layer? And I can understand the rationale for that. You mention at 174 of your report that there was discussion during the Auckland Unitary Plan hearings about this and some discussion and legal submissions on this. I'm just wondering whether you've got access to those, because we don't have any legal submissions. We've got you telling us there were some legal submissions.
Oh, okay.
And nor do we have a copy of any recommendation or analysis that came out from the hearing panel about that. Just be quite good if you're going to adopt the same approach, if we can maybe have a little bit of visibility as to the rationale or the legal basis for it.
Yeah, so this was just advice from a principal planner at Auckland, and she did send me a couple of the documents came out of the hearing. So
okay. I'd just appreciate to see, even if I just got a reference for the report of the IHP where its recommendations were, because there would be some analysis in there about why it was appropriate to keep that flood area as a non-statutory layer so it can be, improved over time. The hard protection structures, you mentioned a couple of places that the council's transferred, or the district council's transferred its powers to the regional council for consideration for hard protection structures. Is that right?
Yes. So
yeah. Is that situation expected to continue under the proposed plan?
I think that's a conversation we actually, it is, and it's a conversation that we need to pick up with the regional council, because when I dug down into whether, say, for example, Port Taranaki, whether the framework and the new proposed plan, proposed coastal plan might cover that, it is limited to below mean high water springs, and there's no mention of it. So we might need to update that agreement, but because the agreement at the time was based on this rule in our plan, you will assess under these rules. So we might need to update that, but that's for efficiency, so that the processes, natural processes side of it doesn't need to get assessed by both councils. But what we often find is that we still need to do a consent for that seawall for sites of significance to Māori. But it just means that our report can be limited to that.
Okay. Look, there are a number of other sort of matters of detail, but I think it might be better for us to wait until we've got a bit more of the evidence under our belt and we've fleshed these things out a little bit more. So they're more around syntax of policies and all of that, and I don't want to burden the hearing this soon after it started with grammatical exercises. But apart from that, I didn't have any other broader questions about the reporting on these, so thanks for that.
Oh, that was great, Kit. That just worked just fine because my screen froze with everything on it, and so I could hear you, but I couldn't speak. So good timing. I just had a couple of just clarification questions, perhaps. The first one was just on the earlier slides when you're talking about natural hazards, and you mentioned the feasibility for the science, and I just wanted to pick that up because I'm certainly I'm thinking that what I'm hearing is that there's a point at which it's no longer feasible to commission more and more science. You know what you know, and there'll be a point of in which there's a lack of returns from the investment. And I just wondered if there's a particular view you had in regards to that. Is it a hard and fast thing, or is it a case by case situation?
It's really about your budget to do a district plan review and making calls. So we've made calls around that our flood detention areas haven't been looked at. It's not considered likely that they're going to change. The earthquake faults aren't considered to have changed. I mean, we could have engaged additional science to look into that, but instead we identified that the stormwater and the coastal hazards were, we knew that was out of date and things have changed. So it's just a matter of where to put the resource. And then, yeah, like the tornadoes, it's not possible to predict where they're going to go and respond to that anyway. So is that what you were getting at?
Yeah. I just wanted, because you'd mentioned it quite quickly, and I just, that's what I thought you meant, but I just want to understand it a little bit better. Thank you. The other was just, you had a slide with the Coastal Erosion Strategy 1995. That's a little bit of time ago now. I just wondered if it's been recently reviewed or updated. It might still have that date, but it's been reviewed, or?
I can check on that. I
Yeah.
think it has been reviewed. I think it has been reviewed, and that was part of through that review where we determined that certain we wouldn't continue to create new hard protection structures. I think that's, but I will double check that.
Okay, thank you. This is slightly related to that question, but it might not be, but it's around the adaptation plans as one of the methods of particularly in the coastal areas. And I was just I haven't seen the word adaptation plans in the rules or anything. I was just wondering, is that something that's in the coastal erosion strategy, or is that described as the adaptive pathway planning approach or action options?
So the adaptation plan work is happening outside the district plan, and it's we've got quite a few new staff for addressing these emerging climate change issues. So in both emissions reduction and adaptation. So
they're probably more squarely going to link to climate adaptation policy that's coming out of government and potentially legislation that's coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like with the Rahutu block, which you saw the comparative aerial photographs, so that's the community that we are. There has been a conversation begun already there, and we're looking at. So this isn't me, but yeah, looking at where certain buildings might relocate to, and at the stage now of getting a bit more science together. And just starting that community conversation. So there's some interesting socio-economic and cultural things to work through there, and that's where they're coming from. So the iwi relationships team's very involved in that, alongside our project management, climate change project management.
Do you think that where you've got policies that relate, and I'm just looking at one particular one in Coastal Environment Policy 12, supporting an adaptive pathway planning approach, and you have identification of range of viable adaptation options. Is that within the realms of what you think adaptation plans could be? It's not mentioning them directly, but are those the types of things that you're anticipating? Yeah.
Well, so with the having that one in there, say for Rahutu block. Yes. That policy would allow us just to have quite an open mind about, hey, we need to do something with this community, and just provide some flexibility to do things a bit differently. I mean, it's quite a new space in planning with the Ministry for the Environment guidance that came out a few years ago, and we're all trying to, that's a bit to get your head around. But also, interestingly, I've seen it customers at the counter wanting to build a new house in the coastal environment and saying, well, we could build it this way and move it back later. That wasn't quite what we were getting at, including that policy. I'm not 100% comfortable with that approach, but you know, it does actually allow people to put forward a case, and at least they're, you know, through the consent process, we can put consent notices on and require monitoring and things like that, so that we can, so that people, if somebody sells that property with this nice house, they're realistic about, well, you might have to do something about it in the future to move it back. And one example I'm thinking of, it hasn't gone through the process yet, but there's been a lot of pre-application. They wanted, you know, a very big house, and they've gone back a few times, and now they've come back with it in like sort of module things, and they've shown where they can move it to, so they have got sufficient land on the site. So we can, you know, we could consider that. It's not the ideal planning outcome, in my opinion, to put a new house there, but if you have got an adaptive plan and it's feasible and it's not going to impact the, you know, the ratepayers aren't going to be footed with that bill, then yeah, that's what that policy can also address.
Thank you.
Originally, it was about that community approach to how do we help communities adapt. So yeah, it has been a little bit bit of an eye-opener to see these proposals come before us, but there's a lot of thought going into them, so they can be considered on their merits. And they're very informed by science as well. You know, like this proposal, they've had, they've got some detailed science, and we drills down to the likelihood and consequences of the risk, and under different scenarios, different climate change scenarios, different timeframes. So yeah, it provides for a good level of detail to make decisions on.
Okay, thanks for that response. My next question is a bit of a dumb question. I just want to know what a sand push-up is. I was trying to picture in my head what a sand push-up was, but I might be just focusing on the verb.
It's just a digger moving sand.
Okay.
Yeah, moving sand back to where it might. Yeah.
That's what I thought it might mean, but no, surely not. A digger going down there and pushing or pulling the sand up.
Yeah, so we've got a contractor that he's on an annual every year. He goes to each beach where we've got these management occurring, and he'll move boulders and sand, and they're all consented under TRC consents from the MPDC. MPDC is the consent holder from TRC.
Okay. I expect that they're certainly seen as probably more temporary measures in the big scheme of things.
Yeah. Like it might support, like the sand might support the hard protection toe, or yeah.
Thank you. That was all my questions. I'll just pass it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, and yeah, as we move along, I will go back into the hazards to talk about, you know, the moving forward with the district plan. So sort of what I've presented already was just more background context. Okay, so moving now to context around the values associated with the district's coast. So natural character, landscape and associated values of our coastal environment contribute to the district's distinctive and unique character. And I like how that's reflected in the natural environment strategic direction. Our coast is important to our lifestyle. However, it is under increasing development pressure, and I'll show you a lovely slide on the next photo, on the next a photo on the next slide. But just perhaps what's missing there is we have the recreational value. So the recreational value associated with the coast is really addressed in the public access provisions. But, you know, just to note that even urban New Plymouth, it's highly modified coastline. You know, the walkway for kilometres is incorporates hard protection works, highly modified, but there's really high recreational value associated with those modified features. So thanks, Christine. So the coastal, yeah, here's my photo from showing a subdivision and development that has occurred under the operative plan. they're quite new dwellings and double rainbow. You can see why people want to live there, can't you? So yeah, the coastal environment is concerned with natural coastal character, and natural character relates to the expression of natural elements, patterns and processes in the landscape. It's an interrelationship of land form, land cover and land use. I've gone down some rabbit holes around why are we looking at natural character and natural features in landscapes separately, and anyway, natural character includes abiotic, biotic and experiential elements. Abiotic are things like geology, hydrology, landform, soils and climate. Biotic being flora, fauna and habitats, and the experiential is that sense of wildness or remoteness, tranquility, darkness of the night sky, and whether an area is in its pristine condition or whether it's modified. So yeah, the coastal environment does include natural and modified landscapes, and assessing natural character is concerned with the degree of modification from humans. We have pristine areas, which are areas of outstanding natural character, and then areas where there's reduced natural character, such as the establishment of industrial activities like the port and the urban areas. But much of the district's coastline has retained its high natural character, and within Mr. Bain's evidence, and he confirms what the proposed coastal plan found, was that in rural areas, even though it has the indigenous vegetation has been removed, it's still high natural character in pretty much all rural areas in our district, and I'd say that, and that applies to the open space zoned areas as well. Thanks, Christine. So here's some of the work that Mr. Bain prepared for us. So this slide is an excerpt from the Appendix 2 of the Section 32 report. So Mr. Bain has considered the length of the district's coast, and it's a bit small to see here, but identifies matters such as accessibility, views, physical features, amenity, remoteness, special features such as SASMs and notable trees, quality of reserve areas. It notes housing clusters and subdivision, considers the degree of modification, perception of openness and vegetated areas and whatnot. Thanks, Christine. And then in this next slide, you can see from the same document that Mr. Bain has broken the coast down into stretches or coastal environment sectors, and each sector is assessed against a range of values like landform, natural processes, land cover, land use, ecological, cultural, perceived naturalness, and assessed those sectors on a 7-point scale for the degree of natural character. And typically all sectors have something of high coastal value. So there's an overall rating on the right hand side, but yeah, even though the overall, there's something high in most stretches. And just, I understand from Mr. Bain that the cultural rating was based on whether there's known sites in areas of significance to Māori. And I do acknowledge the tangata whenua submissions that the mapping of the coastal environment has not had the benefit of cultural expertise. And I can advise that there was a session with Ngā Kaitiaki about the coastal environment, but that discussion was focused on provisions rather than the mapping. Thanks, Christine. So we have our outstanding natural character areas. There are 3 identified in the coastal environment, and this photo is actually from Paraninihi, North Taranaki, where I actually went walking in the weekend, and now I'm walking funny because those hills are really big. But those ONCs have cascaded from the region-wide assessments that TRC have undertaken. And also I've just, at the bottom there, got surf breaks. So surf breaks of national and regional significance also come down from the higher order coastal plans, and the Wapakaio surf break is nationally significant, listed in the NZCPS under that schedule. There are also a number of surf breaks of regional significance concentrated around New Plymouth, Oakura, Bell Block and Waitara. And the surf breaks aren't a big focus in our plan, being below mean high water springs, but it is important that the district plan provides for access to them. And yeah, I did in my consent planning time did do a coastal subdivision, and I did consider the effects of a coastal development from the ocean, from the surf breaks and for boating, and yeah, but it's generally a TRC matter. Thanks, Christine. Okay, so there are historic and cultural values associated with the coastal environment. And while the coastal environment hasn't had the benefit of cultural expertise in the mapping, so the mapping was based on some identified seasons and archaeological sites which have been subject of tangata whenua expertise via the Wahitapu Review Project. But how to incorporate them into the coastal environment did not benefit from tangata whenua input. Generally, the provisions of the SASM and historic heritage chapters provide a high level of protection of historic and cultural values, in my view, but recognising them within the coastal environment provides for an integrated approach. And I think I touched on it in my section 42A, that it's not explicit in our higher order direction, but sort of take that, you know, we've got a coastal cultural landscape. So and just bringing our coastal environment line in places to capture those sites that are near the coast, then near the other lines, then we're just providing for that coastal cultural landscape. And that's particularly obvious in a slide I'll show you shortly at Uranui. Thanks, Christine. But yep, any questions on that, Sir?
I didn't have any questions. Kit, did you have any particular questions? Also, around, there is a question, but perhaps it's not. It's for Mr. Bain. My understanding is we haven't had any other landscape architects provide any evidence from any of the submitters. I didn't see any, but that's right. That's correct, isn't it? That's right.
No, but I guess with the port zone hearing, there is, and the landscape evidence in this chapter about that is
yes.
But that the port landscape expert hasn't. There's no evidence for this hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so ecological and biodiversity values. So the presence of Indigenous vegetation contributes to natural coastal character, and the areas that are mapped, I think where there is still great cover, Indigenous cover, those are the areas typically where it's more pristine and outstanding natural areas. But as outlined in Mr. Shaw's evidence in hearing 5 of the ecosystem chapter, we've got North Taranaki. We have extensive strips of coastal cliffs with plant communities adapted to salt spray and cliff environments. The cliff environments occur extensively from Moku in the north to near Uranui. Apart from the large tract of Indigenous forest in the Paraninihi area, farmland generally extends to the top or very close to the top of a narrow strip of coastal cliffs. And dune systems occur locally at river mouths and adjacent to beaches such as Okura. And apart from urban areas, farmland also adjoins the generally narrow strip of coastal dunes. Prior to European arrival, tangata whenua had modified about a 4 to 5 kilometre wide coastal strip, but then with European settlement and clearance for farming, that clearance intensified and to remove almost all coastal vegetation other than the cliff, dune and wetland communities. This slide here, you can see some dune restoration work has been undertaken locally. This is between East End and Fitzroy Surf Clubs in northern New Plymouth. So protection and maintenance of coastal Indigenous biodiversity is dealt with in the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter of the PDP. However, being an element of natural character, in my view, it is appropriate to include reference to it in the coastal environment chapter to improve plan integration and integrated management and promote good planning outcomes aligned with the eco chapter objectives and those policies, particularly eco P2 and P7. And the council's been, thanks Christine. This next slide just shows one of the dune restoration projects. So the council's been been involved with dune restoration projects. These take part in collaboration with iwi and school groups and the council's parks team. And they've been very successful at re-establishing natural defence systems in the district and engage the community in the process. And this picture here is at Okura, where the children are carrying out maintenance. That's replanting where there are some gaps after a weather event. So that wraps up what I've prepared about the coastal values. So any questions about those values, or shall I move on to the RMA and some higher order direction discussion?
I'll just check in with Kit. I didn't have any questions.
I was just interested. It's a question I've never actually asked anyone. It's just incidental to what you've been talking about in terms of the natural character. The very sort of I guess engineered boulder banks that exist right across the urban frontage of New Plymouth. Obviously a really distinctive feature of that edge. Do you know when they were originally established and where the boulders came from? I mean, I understand this is a boulder coastline anyway. So were they established by engineering means of sort of pulling them all up into a rock wall? I mean, it's really just a personal interest, really, having spent so much time wandering up and down that coast as a kid.
I could find that out for you, but I just wonder if Christine could jump back to the slide about the historic and cultural values, and you can see the next one forward, Christine, with the ship. So that one there, the image on the right, it shows that European settlement times, that was a soft coast. And so it's highly modified, and I don't know the origin of the boulders, but I expect they've been brought from somewhere else.
Okay, all right, there we go.
It's not as high energy there. Well,
whereabouts
from my observations,
this picture on the right, whereabouts is this?
Oh, I'd be happy if any of the tangata whenua submitters want to correct me, but I think it might be Pukeariki.
Okay.
Just with the distance from the Paratutu. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Ron.
You'll be aware from growing up here, Commissioner, that we've had that railway line along the waterfront for some time. So I imagine it was. I mean, I grew up here as well, and I can't really remember, but I think it's been some form of protection for decades. Okay, thanks. We'll move on to that higher order direction then. So these documents are outlined in the section 32 and 42A reports. So I'll just really quickly jump over them. So I already outlined the RMA hazard headliners at the start of the slide presentation, and most relevant to hazards, we've got 6H and 7I and section 31 and section 106 for subdivision. But most of section 6 and 7 apply to the coastal environment. And really noteworthy, under section 8, we must take into account the principles of Treaty of Waitangi. So there's a duty on the Crown and I believe Council and Māori to act reasonably and in good faith and make informed decisions. And there's these treaty principles such as reciprocity, mutual benefit, the duty of the Crown to actively protect Māori interests, and rangatiratanga. Thanks, Christine. So, oh, one more, please, Christine. So New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So, you know, I looked in some of the other section 42A reports, and they can put in all of the objectives and policies of the RPS, and you know, it's just a few. But in this space, there is so much higher order direction. I couldn't possibly include it all in the reporting. Most of the NZCPS is relevant to the coastal environment, and the exceptions are generally limited to those matters that are just specific to below mean high water springs, such as policy 8 aquaculture, policy 12 harmful aquatic organisms, 21 enhancement of water quality, 22 sedimentation, and 23 discharge of contaminators. They're fairly well the business of TRC and not relevant to the district plan, but yeah, I think all of those ones are to some extent or another, and in my reporting some of them were featured quite a lot more, such as policy 1 and identifying for the mapping, and 2 for the Māori kaitiaki role, and then yeah, 11, 13, 14, 15, 24, 25, 26, 27, you know, they're all pretty meaty and relevant. Thanks, Christine. The RPS, the most relevant sections for the coast, I think, are section 7, 8, and 11, and just 11 primarily for hazards. And then there are other sections that are also relevant, such as section 5 is land and soil, that relates to erosion and regionally significant infrastructures provided for in section 15. These are more the focus of other PDP chapters, such as earthworks and network utilities, but you know, they are relevant to this chapter as well. And I just note, you know, the RPS is a bit aged now. I don't consider that there are shortcomings in the RPS in respect of the coastal environment in terms of the more recent higher order direction, except where areas in the CE are would be subject to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, where that would apply. But more relevant, I guess, is thanks Christine, the proposed coastal plan. So more higher order direction. I think it might have spanned a page of my section 42A report, just listing the ones I felt were relevant. So that plan has got a new version since this hearing process has started in October last year. They released their new version. And so that's incorporating some Environment Court consent notices. And like the NZCPS, there's a lot of direction in this plan that applies land water, mean high water springs. So in my 42A report, I listed 12 of the 13 objectives as being relevant and 28 of the 52 policies. And some of these policies are like a page long. There's a lot of detail, and I consider that this plan is a good modern plan, and it provides us some good strong direction, and I think that the PDP is not inconsistent with the proposed coastal plan. Thanks, Christine. And then yeah, there's a lot of other documents that we have to consider for these chapters, such as the iwi management plans. They consider natural hazards, the iwi seek resilience in the rohi. They have coast chapters within which it's clear the coastal environment is of particular significance to tangata whenua. We have the MPSET, which sits at the top of the RMA hierarchy alongside the NZCPS. And so while the NZCPS provides direction that we have to avoid certain outcomes, we've got the MPSET, which is largely enabling with the seek to avoid directive, and these can be difficult to reconcile. And we need to make sure that our plan provides for assessments to carefully take both of these documents. We work through the direction of those documents in a case-by-case basis through a consent process. Just to note here that you'll be aware the result of hearing 11, the network utilities hearing, was that the reporting planner, Jacob Stenner, recommended a bespoke national grid policy. That's NUP6 in the right of reply for the hearing 11. So I was involved with this in respect of the council's position, just as insofar as the coastal environment NZCPS is concerned. And I consider that policy, the council version of it, is appropriate to address the relationship between the two directives and the two policy statements. It would allow proposals to be carefully assessed, and I support that policy sitting in the network utilities chapter as its home chapter, and that it would apply to coastal environment network utilities establishing in the coastal environment. We've also got lots of to consider in this space. We've got lots of guidance documents put out by central government, so such as that coastal hazards and climate change guidance. So these have no legal standing, but it's helpful to have the guidance. And then there's a number of other council plans and strategies, such as that coastal erosion strategy, our long-term planning processes, infrastructure work, which assist and complement RMA provisions. And then we've got civil defence plans, and we've got, yeah, some of those other ones there. Thanks, Christine. So moving our ODP into the PDP, we had to take this direction from the planning standards, and it's not always clear, but this is those bullets show where things have landed. So natural hazards other than coastal in the natural hazards chapter, general earthworks are in the earthworks chapter for related to just land instability anywhere, but if you've got land instability and a known hazard, then we want to be able to apply that hazard lens to that, in addition to just the land instability matter. And then the rules about vegetation and habitats, that sits in the eco chapter, and natural features and landscapes are in the NFL chapter. And then in the coastal chapter, we're primarily concerned with coastal character, coastal values and coastal hazards. But in terms of the coastal values, recognising that other overlay chapters are more primary in addressing and regulating that. And then the coastal environment is like a comprehensive layer which contains other overlays to apply that integrated approach. So the role of overlays is featured a little bit in submissions. And, you know, overlays are a layer on top of area specific or zone provisions, and one or more overlay chapters can apply on top of the zone. And coastal overlays overlap in addition to other provisions. And to provide plan users, to guide plan users to navigate the overlays and area specific provisions, you know, we have in the district plan, each chapter's got this list of, in the overview, at the bottom of the overview, the heading cross-reference to other district plan provisions. We've got under part 1, introduction and how the plan works, we outline the general approach, and we state activities subject to multiple district-wide matters and or multiple area-specific matters chapters. That part of how the plan works explains and makes it clear that the zones and other chapters may be relevant to activities in the coastal environment, in addition to the rules that of the chapter that the plan user is in. And when you do a property specific search, all overlays and zones appear in that left-hand column. Thanks, Christine. So now I'm just going to run through the resource management issues, the ODP approach, and then move it through to the PDP approach. But I am getting through it now, so hopefully everyone's still awake. Thanks, Christine. So section 4 of the section 32 report outlines the ODP approach. There are 2 issues within the management strategy for natural hazards, with objectives and policies, and I've listed issue 12 and 13 there. So the hazards are identified on the planning maps. They're shown in the key on the side of this on the slide. So we have flooding, fault lines, coastal and volcanic hazards. The ponding areas is now the stormwater flooding. So ponding areas was in the ODP, just where areas were known to have pooled water in the past. And now the stormwater modelling that we've done is more forward-looking and includes some climate change. So some areas, such as, I've already mentioned that, sorry. And within these mapped areas, with the exception of the volcanic hazard, there are rules apply to the erection of structures and buildings, earthworks, establishment of hazardous facilities, clearance of vegetation and subdivision within the volcanic hazard area. The restriction only applies to the establishment of hazardous facilities, and we did carry that approach through for that. The Section 32 report outlines the resource consent trends with the ODP. Other than the ponding, nothing really jumped out as big trends instead of in terms of inefficiencies. I did note that there were more, that the coastal hazard rule wasn't always capturing requiring a resource consent where you would hope that it would. I think that's on the next one of the coming slides, but thanks, Christine. We'll move on now to the resource management issues related to the ODP's hazard management and the PDP's response. Just back one, please, Christine. No, back one more. Oh, you've jumped a bit forward.
Sorry, just bear with me. My mouse is played up, so I've had to go back to my keyboard. So
back to the one that says NH resource management issues.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you. So yeah, the first issue.
Gosh.
One more.
Yeah.
No, the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been.
That's it. Don't touch it. Okay. So the first issue was that ponding. So storm water management by the council's infrastructure team, that's been carried out since the ODP came into force, has resolved many of the mapped ponding areas in the ODP, and resource consent data notes a number of resource consents have been triggered and identified ponding areas that no longer have ponding issues. So that's considered an inefficiency of the operative plan. And the council's infrastructure team maintains a stormwater management plan GIS layer, which is regularly updated with more accurate data. So, you know, you might get a consent triggered there, and then the development engineers would look at that and go, oh, they don't really, no, that's been fixed, that's fine. And anyway, so the PDP does seek to adopt a flexible approach by applying rules directly to that layer to ensure consent's only required in those necessary areas. And as outlined in Mr. James's evidence, this work is now anticipated to take 10 years. It's a major project, a major investment. It's underway, but it's going to take time. And for the area that has been modelled for Waitara, the stormwater hazard is more widespread than I think I envisaged when we were starting with this approach. You know, we're sort of approaching this as let's get more efficient with getting these old ponding areas out, but actually what that modelling does is bring in quite a lot of additional properties, and that's a really tricky issue for this hearing. The second issue is that perhaps not precautionary enough in terms of development in hazard areas. We haven't had the framework for considering potential increased risk associated with climate change. Typically, when consents are required for activities in flood hazard areas, they're assessed as restricted discretionary, and the assessment criteria does not specify the need to consider the effects of climate change. And yeah, that's a big shift that we're trying to better respond to Section 6H and Section 7I of the RMA. That's significant risks of natural hazards and climate change. And we're also considering an adaptive management approach to responding to increased risk. And the third issue there, the ODP does not recognise that some activities are more sensitive to hazards than others. The ODP doesn't assess the risk, including the likelihood and consequence of locating sensitive activities in prone areas. It doesn't recognise, for example, that siting a new hospital or school within an area subject to hazards is likely to increase the exposure to a large number of people with reduced mobility or natural hazard risk. And the PDP, it does apply that effects-based approach, activities-based approach, and a flexible risk-based approach. It's precautionary to hazard-sensitive activities establishing in hazard areas. And for resource consents, that PDP would require a robust assessment with expertise of the likelihood and consequences of hazards in relation to the nature of the activity. Thanks, Christine. And just with the coastal hazards, you know, we now have a better understanding of the processes and implications of allowing development in susceptible areas, and improved understanding around the potential and likely impacts of climate change. In my view, in the coastal area, we haven't been directive enough in the ODP. So under Rule OL 10 in the overlay chapter, while buildings would always require restricted discretionary consent, under OL 11 for structures, excavation and filling, the coastal hazard area would permit it if they do not result in adverse disturbance, modification or destruction of dune, wetland or estuarine ecosystems. So that's been a little bit problematic, and I think yeah, a bit of a gap that some things have been considered permitted under OL 11, which potentially have increased some risk. And climate change needs better visibility in the PDP compared to the ODP. So in addition to the resource management issues for hazards in the previous slide, in the coastal space, we've also got that identification of coastal hazards is based on outdated science in the ODP. We've now got some updated science and modelling and mapping to inform the overlays and the provisions. And the second one, that we, like with the other hazards, we didn't have such a strong risk-based approach, and the PDP does. Thanks, Christine. So just to summarise the approach from the ODP to the PDP for hazards. So some hazards were essentially rolled over in terms of their mapping, but the PDP provides stronger direction, particularly in terms of hazard-sensitive activities and taking a risk-based approach. The stormwater layer it's a work in progress. Problems with the ODP ponding area, but we haven't got a complete layer for the whole district with the new modelling, and we want to be able to use the most up-to-date information. And with the coastal hazards, we've got updated science, and that translates into the coastal environment, flooding and erosion hazard layers, and then the wider coastal environment has been mapped to include erosion under a worst case climate change scenario. So we've got this risk-based approach, and that includes a risk reduction approach to new development in the policy level, where and states that avoidance may be appropriate, and an activities-based approach to avoid increasing number of people exposed to risk, and to avoid more vulnerable and less mobile people establishing in hazard-prone areas. And it is intended that this approach will reduce potential risks to human life, property, and other aspects of the environment. Thank you, Christine. So this is a slide from the opening presentation from Mrs. Sarah Edwards at the beginning of the hearings. Through the district plan review, managing our ever-changing coastline was one of the top 4 issues. It was considered that a more strategic approach was needed in respect of our coast, and this included the need for greater integration of tangata whenua value and participation in plan making and resource management decision making. And I hope it has evident to the commissioners that the council is committed to more meaningful and genuine partnership with tangata whenua. It's recognised that the coastal environment is particularly significant to tangata whenua. Thanks, Christine. So taking a high level look at the coastal management and the district plan review, the coastal environment is a key area of change due to national direction and updated assessments completed by Blue Marble and Tonkin and Taylor. We've reassessed landscape values and hazard areas and given a lot of thought to how best support sustainable and resilient coastal communities. We've identified the hotspot communities, and work's begun outside of the district plan to start conversations around adaptation options. It's also a bit of wait and see in terms of anticipated Climate Change Adaptation Act. We have some detailed guidance, which has been provided by MFE for coastal hazards and climate change. The coastal policy area in the ODP is primarily based on landscape values. However, the NZCPS tells us how to identify the extent of the coastal environment, and it's not limited to landscape values. So in accordance with the NZCPES, our new coastal environment will factor in landscape, cultural and ecological values, as well as potential hazard risk, which is associated with the processes. So where the processes might be significant. And the council is taking a more integrated approach, working with Tangata Whenua, TRC and other stakeholders. Thank you, Christine. So as I've said, the deep district plan review has had a focus on coastal hazards. The coastal hazard area in the operative plan is based on Taranaki Catchment Commission data from the 1980s. And since that time, the shoreline has receded about 30 metres in some places. So council have engaged Tonkin and Taylor to complete assessments for the district plan review. And these are appended to the section 32 report. And Dr. Shand has outlined these in his evidence appendix 4 to the section 42A report. And these assessments begun before the MFE guidance for local government for coastal hazards and climate change was released. And the district-wide assessments for erosion and flooding were the basis for consultation on the draft district plan. And the flooding work was unchallenged in that draft process. And it did take a conservative approach by mapping the 8.5, the higher climate change scenario. And so it wasn't really challenged, and it's not considered as significant a risk as the erosion. So we didn't make any changes from the draft plan. And Dr. Shand didn't update his study to just the erosion one got a bit tweaked to consider the different scenarios specified in the guidance. So the district-wide erosion study has more widespread implications for landowners. It was questioned through the draft plan consultation, particularly at Onairo. And yeah, when the MFE guidance was released, Dr. Shand updated the work to align with that. And the first pass assessment, so that's a district-wide high-level assessment, that was subject to a lot of dialogue, and which then led us to engage Tonkin and Taylor to do the detailed Onairo assessment. So the Tonkin and Taylor assessments are robust science that consider the long-term uncertainty associated with climate change under a range of sea level rise scenarios. So not sure if you've seen any of this climate science presented, but you can see those lines on the graph there represent on the left-hand side, New Zealand sea level rise, and then under different climate change scenarios, there's a lot of variability over that 100-year time frame, not so much over the next 30 years. Yeah. Thanks, Christine. And so Dr. Shand's work, he uses this acronym ASCE, so I understand areas susceptible to coastal erosion. Please interrupt if I'm not accurate, Tom.
No, that's right. Some more recent assessments, we've ended up calling them ASCI. These areas susceptible to coastal instability and erosion, just to confirm that for the cliff coastline, it's also the instability of the cliff above associated with that erosion happening at the toe.
Okay, thank you. So the pink line, the pink thing in the key there, that's currently susceptible. So I understand that's, you know, in the next big event or two, or in the next few years, that's the area that that is immediately at risk. And then we've got ASCE1, that is the projections based on historic rates, and then the ASCE2, there's 4 different scenarios based on climate change scenarios. And so the MFE guidance tells us what scenarios to model, but it doesn't tell us what to use in our district plan as a hazard area. Thanks, Christine. So Dr. Shand's work presented maps with all of these different scenarios on there, and this one, it broke the 100-kilometre coastline into 32 cells, and it models or predicts erosion rates applicable to each cell. And this is the northern end of the district with Moko River at the top there, And I just note that the pink line, the currently susceptible area, generally speaking in the district, there are not too many assets and activities within the immediately susceptible area. And this element of the mapping has provided some comfort to landowners who, you know, we wrote to with our notification. They've come a bit concerned, and we've been able to say, well, you know, they're like, oh, my insurer won't insure me. Well, we can suggest, well, you might like to show them this because it's, you know, your house is not, you know, in this modelling, it's not considered immediately at risk. And careful consideration went into determining which lines the council would use to map the coastal erosion and the hazard area, and policies 1 and 24 of the NZCPS were key determinants. Thanks, Christine. Now for our central city, actually, if you just flick forward one slide, Christine, you can see the bottom map there that Dr. Shan's work does include quite a lot of the central, quite a few properties in the city would potentially be at risk. And thanks, if you could just go back now, Christine. So for the central city, a lot of thought went into that, and discussions with the executive leadership team of the council, and getting an understanding of where priorities might be. And so we have this key assumption that the seawall in front of New Plymouth will be maintained over the 100-year time frame. It's strategic infrastructure for the district. It's the city is the district's economic hub. I feel it's the heart of the district, and it's assumed that the harbour protection will be maintained into the future. And then if you could, yeah, click onto the next one, thank you. So just one back, please. So the top picture, I'm sorry, it is difficult to see with the photo underneath it, but the top picture is the operative plan, and that's a Kawaroa, the swimming pool there, and you can see a bit on the left, that's a bit of a crunch point with erosion, and there's the railway line between the residences and the coast, and the coastal policy area and the coastal hazard area both pretty much follow the railway line there. And I'll just point out also on that bottom map that the red line, that's Dr. Shan showing where we have hard protection. So his lines behind the hard protection ignore the hard protection, but we're modelling on the basis that there is no seawall. But then for the central city approach, we're saying we're going to, in mapping our erosion hazard, we're going to have the assumption that the seawall is going to be maintained, and it is effective. But what we've done is, if you go on to the next one, please, Christine. So you can see that erosion hazard, which is the light blue, gets clipped at the railway line, and then there's a broader coastal erosion hazard there. The coastal erosion is reflected in the coastal environment. For those landowners, it's not going to trigger a consent for, you know, their residential keeping doing what they're doing. But it has been a really good point, just for education. And so that the CE is like a backstop, flags the uncertainty, and we'll be revisiting the district plan in another 10 years time, or whenever we have to do that. And the conversation at the moment is, well, we think you're going to be okay in over 100 years because of the seawall, but into the future, you know, the fact that you're in the coastal environment could be an indication that you might be in a hazard area in the future. And that does go on a limb as well, that you're in the coastal environment. And we're not proposing this approach for seawalls in other communities. So there are other communities at the moment where the seawall is doing a very good job at managing the erosion, but over a 100-year time frame, we're not having that same assumption that we're going to maintain it. However, their effectiveness can be considered in the resource consent process. So that's quite, that's the really tricky bit to explain. If you'd like to ask Dr. Shand about that, or me for how we've interpreted his work and mapped the coastal environment there. Be a good time to do that.
Hey, thank you, Ra. I've actually appreciated you just taking your time going through that, because I saw a lot of acronyms and I was continually checking to make sure I had the right one and the right numbers. But that was a really good overview and summary. So that was really nice. I didn't have any particular questions. I think it's quite straightforward, but I'll just check with Kit. He may have some questions.
The one acronym I haven't been able to find the source of is RCP.
Yeah, I thought about putting that on there. Dr. Shand, would you like to explain that? I can find it. But,
representative concentration pathway. So I think those are the terms for the various emission scenarios that the IPCC consider. So whether it's business as normal, or we start making cuts, or we pull things right back. So they tend to deal in the emissions, and the sea level rise, which is where we bring it in, is sort of the ultimate outcome of that.
So when, for example, we have an RCP 4.5 or an RCP 2.6, what's the 2.6 and the 4.5 referring to? Is that?
So there's kind of 4 RCP scenarios that they tend to be talking about. The 2.6 is that we make massive cuts and bring things down. So that's the lowest end. The lowest end of things. The 4.5 is kind of a mid-range. So things will get underway and emissions will be pulled back. And then the 8.5 is a high-end scenario, which is, I guess, a business as usual if we consider on current kind of, accelerated pathways.
So what's the number referring to? Is that ppm of CO2 or?
Yeah, gigatons of CO. I'm not sure. I'm just I think it's related to the CO2 emission under those scenarios and the amount. Yeah.
All right.
And Dr. Shand, is it fair to say that the higher end, we're looking at about 4 degrees warmer in 100 years?
I don't have that exact number. We can dig it up.
That's okay.
Okay. I think I picked it up, Tom, from your report. Or was it? Yeah, you did the ONIRO second pass assessment, didn't you?
We did. Yes.
Yeah. So you've noted in your evidence that 4.9 that in general the mapped areas using the detailed assessment are seaward of those derived using the district scale assessment. So can I take it from that then that the first pass assessment was generally conservative?
It is, and it's because we've broken the coast up into these big blocks, and then taken a single number for the various components that make up that erosion hazard. And so to do that, you tend to be taking the higher cliffs. You might not take the absolute highest, but you tend to be taking the higher cliff, the higher rates of erosion, and applying that along the whole cell. So when you come down and you refine it, like we did for ONIRO, and you're looking at 50-meter increments, you can be much more accurate with each of those. So for ONIRO, virtually all of it is landward, except a couple of spots where it is probably a bit higher than the initial assumption, which does pull back in landward a little, but it's probably 95% of it would be further seaward.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. The only other thing I just wanted you to help me explain was, where are they? Just to correct my understanding, Appendix 5 to the 42A report has some maps for coastal erosion analysis. This links, Ra, to the issue about whether you use which RCP you're effectively using. Is that right? So I can take it from there that the red buildings are those that would become included at the higher RCP level. Is that right?
Mid-range. mid-range.
okay.
Yeah, I probably should have got that work done at the worst case. But yeah, it did give an indication of the difference between a few different scenarios.
Yeah, and I think you summarize it quite well in a table. Here we go. Yeah, at table 1 at 331 of your evidence. So this is where you identify the difference if you, depending on which RCP you use.
Yeah, but I haven't detailed a really bad case scenario.
Yeah, okay.
But the coastal environment, the extent of the coastline for the whole district, including the city, if you're in the 8.5 plus, that's the higher one, you will be in the coastal environment.
Okay.
Others might be as well if they're in landscape or something else, but everybody is in the coastal environment who's in that worst case modelling.
Okay. So
they
I guess
might not necessarily have provisions apply.
Yeah, I guess that's the that's really where I'm driving at here. The coastal environment overlay includes both the erosion and the flood, coastal flood inundation levels. And even if you were to model erosion and flooding at the worst case scenario, the extent of it would still not extend beyond the coastal environment area overlay generally.
There may be a small extension for the flooding because we went to 8.5 to 8.5 plus.
Yeah.
But then that's why it's great. We've got these setbacks from water bodies.
Okay.
And, but yeah.
All right.
I've got my next. I've got a few slides coming up just to talk through that mapping.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I'll leave it at that then. Thanks for
you.
that. Thanks, Tom.
So number 55, please, Christine. So hopefully this was spelt out in the report, but we've got a range of inputs to come up with one comprehensive CE in which the NZCPS feeds down into. So we've got those hazard assessments, we've got Mr. Bain's Blue Marble Coastal Character Assessment. We've got where we know there's SNAs or areas of biodiversity that we haven't looked at, but we think might have meet that criteria, and that will show up on the next slides. And then where we've got SASMs and archaeological sites, dragged it in a bit more. And then in the operative plan, Appendix 20, which is significant coastal areas, and then the coastal policy area. In some places, Mr. Bain's assessment was to reduce the coastal policy area, but that wasn't always mapped on his line. So where it's shown in Appendix 20, or we don't have the where it's referenced in his report but not shown on the line, that they've stayed in. So thanks, Christine. I'll just go to now. So you've seen this a few times in the eco evidence and then in the coastal one. So this is just a demonstration of how we've got these different inputs, and then the blue line is the most inland bit, and that's the extent of the coastal environment. So if a consent planner had somebody wanting to do something near that green bit, we wouldn't be as concerned about the hazard side of things, but we'd be concerned about the ecology, and so that would need to be sort of ticked off through the consent process. But we wouldn't, something quite inland there, you wouldn't require necessarily a coastal erosion hazard assessment. Thanks, Christine. And then this is there's a lot, some areas there's a lot going on. So this is that Uranui site, and I think we've had Mr. Dombrowski here at an earlier hearing for the SASMs. And so that the bit nearer the state highway was included because it was in the Appendix 20 significant coastal area, and that was challenged by a few of the submitters there, and Mr. Bain has had a look at that, and in his evidence he outlines how he considers that actually that character there is more riverine. So the recommendation is to pull it back to the map on the right, back to the blue shown there, which does include some of that coastal SNA, which we never ground truthed. So that's brought that out a bit, and it's got the coastal flooding. It's pretty much pulled back to include a SASM, coastal flooding, and some biodiversity values down there. Thanks, Christine. Okay, so I guess you know, within the coastal environment, we've got these different coastal management areas, and I'll just run through these tables here. So just to note that within the CE, we've got subsets. We've got the areas of outstanding natural character, and for district planning, the majority of those are below mean high water springs, but we do show them in the district plan, acknowledging that things above mean high water springs might have an impact on those values. And then the erosion hazard and the coastal flooding hazard, they're subsets of the coastal environment. So the coastal environment is defined by landscape ecology, cultural values, natural character, includes the worst case modelling that we've had for climate change for erosion, and a high, and in some cases that high scenario for coastal flooding has also dragged the CE in. The purpose of the coastal environment is to protect coastal values, alert landowners to potential future hazard, and there's certain larger activities that would require consent in there. And now, so for the proposed plan, we have about 500 properties in the coastal policy area, and in the proposed plan, we've now got about 1,500. And those figures don't include sites like Uranui, where there's 100 or something batches. So that's Ngāti Mutanga land that council has the lease over and manages Uranui. So those figures aren't included in there. So yeah, an additional 1,000 properties we were written to, notified at the time of plan notification that they were being in the coastal environment. We didn't specify in that notification whether you were in an erosion hazard area. We just said you're in the coastal environment, you might be in one of these, you know, and so we kept it broad so that that people would come and check it out. And there were quite a few, not a huge number. I probably dealt with 5 or 10 inquiries in our Ask the Planner days and in our 3-month consultation period. And interestingly, most of them were people that were only just in the coastal environment area. So like for example, behind Kawara pools, or yeah, so it was good. I felt that was quite good that it got it on people's radars, but it didn't, they weren't overly alarmed. And then, yeah, you see the coastal erosion hazard area, and that's to manage the significant risk. And there's about 250 additional properties in there from the operative plan. And yeah, we didn't have the coastal hazard area in the operative plan didn't differentiate between those two hazards. The operative plan does recognise that they are different types of hazards, but they were just dealt with in one overlay. Okay, thanks, Christine. So so just bear in mind, this is as notified. I've pulled back on some of this avoid non-complying for the proposed plan, but as notified, the intended approach for the CE was that we have more rules in the rural area where natural character values are higher, and owners have more options for setting back from the coast. The rules for buildings to minimise effects on landscape values are more strict in the rural and open space zones where the values are higher. And so in the urban zones, the only trigger is if you exceed what your zone rules are quite trigger, and then that just allows us to put that coastal the coastal lens over it. And then we've got rules for earthworks to address the visual effects and land stability, and that, you know, to protect natural defences such as dunes. And again, that's more relevant in the rural and open space zones where there's less modification. And then the Indigenous vegetation clearance rule to avoid loss of coastal biodiversity, and that how it contributes to natural character, but that is primarily sitting in the eco chapter. The intention was to manage new network utilities and large-scale activities and subdivision, and to avoid, and I think I've explained in my report, you know, we were coming from this place of this ought not apply there, but perhaps not outright avoidance. So there's been some pulling back there for some of those activities. So that, thanks, Christine. So then moving into our response for the proposed district plan. So the first issue is that strategic management of the coast, the provisions for of the ODPR in multiple locations, and we're just seeking one comprehensive coastal environment, even though the planning standards tell us different things can be sitting in other chapters. So the current provisions are not directive, and the plan's silent on a range of values relevant to coastal management, and so the plan doesn't fully give effect to the NZCPS and or implement the national planning standards and some best practice guidance that's come out. Issue 2 relates to the identification and management of the coastal environment. So the CPA only based on, or mostly based on landscape values, and not taking into the wider requirements of the NZCPS, such as ecological, cultural and other values. And so we've responded by refining that coastal environment boundary and some more appropriate controls to the sensitive environment that is the coast and the activities that can happen there. And then issue 3 relates to the active role for tangata whenua. So the operative district plan doesn't require or even encourage engagement with tangata whenua, or the ability for kaitiaki tanga to occur. I mean, it is mentioned in the management strategy, but in implementing it, it's not really been come through strongly enough because of the restricted matters of discretion that are to be assessed. And the PDP identifies tangata whenua as kaitiaki of the coast and requires engagement for coastal development. Thanks, Christine. So just to summarise the PD approach, mapping's been updated based on the expertise I've outlined. We've mapped one coastal environment, shows both values and hazards. There's management areas within it, the ONCs, the 2 erosion hazards with provisions specific to the different types of hazard, and a wider CE incorporating values and hazards. This is considered appropriate in respect of the direction provided in the NZCPS. That's appropriate in my opinion. It reflects the interconnectedness of coastal components and the need for a strategic approach and integrated management. It supports a precautionary approach, which is required at the coast, where effects on values and the management of risks must be addressed as matters of national importance. And coastal development under the PDP will require expert input, such as from landscape experts, ecologists, engineers, tangata whenua, and these will be required to inform planning assessments where it's identified that those hazards or values are the reason that the coastal environment is mapped on a particular property. So, and depending on the specifics of a proposal. So the proposed plan uses a flexible risk-based approach. It aims to protect natural character, coastal biodiversity, cultural and other values of the coastal environment, and it gives greater recognition to the role of tangata whenua as kaitiaki. And it is intended that through plan implementation, a coastal lens is applied to activities within the CE, considering values and hazards. Thank you, Christine.
I just wonder, Ra, that might be a good place just to have a little bit of a bio break.
Yeah.
Stretch of the legs and arms, because I think we've got about another 8 slides there, and we're going into the submissions, recommendations, and evidence bit there. So perhaps just a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll just finish off the presentation and have some time for some questions as well.
Okay.
All right, Kit? So we'll come back at 20 past 11.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, kia ora rā. We'll happy to pass back to you to carry on.
Thank you. So yeah, now moving on to the post notification happenings. Well, I'll just briefly outline the submissions and my recommendations and the evidence. Thanks, Christine. So the natural hazards chapter, 26 original submissions covering 84 submission points, and 16 further submissions covering 57 further submission points. And the key issues there, which are identified in the section 42A report. Yeah, I probably don't need to read those. You read the reports. The stormwater flooding hazard, I think that's the trickiest bit, and we've got some good evidence I look forward to in relation to the fault hazard and farming activities. And okay, thanks, Christine. So the section 42A report recommendations. So I've recommended amendments to the natural hazards chapter overview to recognise the role of network utilities and civil defence emergency management during natural hazard events. Improvements to cross-referencing to other chapters of the PDP. I've recommended removing the non-statutory layer, which there'll be some evidence on that as well from Federated Farmers and Mrs. Johnson. But I've recommended that we take the layer out and have a revised approach that's based on the definition rather than the mapping. I've recommended an amendment to policy P4 to recognise and just more visibility in both chapters about functional and operational needs to locate in hazard areas. Now I've recommended amended to the adaptive management approach. So with that adaptive pathways planning approach that's come out from the Ministry for the Environment guidance on climate change and coastal hazards and climate change, and I put it in the network utilities chapter as well, the natural hazards chapter as well, because yeah, there's certainly a role for adaptive management and those other natural hazards. But there were submissions from suggesting that's not a very well understood term and is an adaptive management. And so I did make a recommendation in the hazards chapter, potentially should have put that through to the coastal one as well, and nobody's given any evidence on it. So anyway, that's there. And amendments to rules for clarity as to where they're applicable and to correct the unintended drafting that resulted in network utilities having a more onerous consenting pathway than other activities. And there's the section 42A report also recommends a relaxation of activity status for fences and emergency service facilities in hazard areas. Thanks, Christine. So I've read the evidence, and these are the main things that I think we'll be hearing evidence from in the next couple of days: the fault hazard area, the stormwater flooding area, farming activities, and yeah, there's a few minor amendments in the evidence. Thanks, Christine. So now for the coastal environment chapter, a few more submitters. So 45 original submissions, 242 submission points, 18 further submissions with 224 further submission points. And these were the key issues for that one. So the section 42A recommendations, recommended amendments to the overview to provide better context around the areas of outstanding and high natural character. I've recommended an avoidance of policy P5 to ensure that we have a consenting pathway for infrastructure and other activities. So recognising that activities in the coastal environment, enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and their health and safety. This includes changing the activity status to discretionary for multi-unit development, quarries, petroleum exploration and petroleum production. You know, and I still maintain that those activities ought not occur there, but there are some elements of them that are very minor, perhaps upgrading existing, and that outright avoidance the bar was too high. Amendments to policy P7 to clarify the risk-based approach to development, which was mentioned in the overview but not really coming through into the policies. And then amendments to better reflect tangata whenua as cultural experts. Increased recognition that some activities have that functional and operational need to be there. Again, referencing and plan cross-referencing. Deletion of rule R8 for Port Taranaki to exclude the port from the rules. So this is a really tricky aspect of this chapter. You know, the port is right on the coast. It's significant effects, but there's a lot of support for it in the higher order direction. It's just how, but yeah, I guess the problem I have with what's proposed by the port is that they are seeking to not have a couple of avoidance policies apply. And yeah, so I appreciate there's a cross between the port zone hearing as well, and landscape and cultural matters, and yeah, those avoid policies are relevant. So there were 3 subdivision rules in the coastal chapter, so I've streamlined that down to 1, and similar with above ground network utilities, that there were 3 rules, and now I've reduced those to 1. And then there's some mapping amendments following site visits with the landscape and coastal engineering experts, and minor edits for consistency. And then thanks, Christine, the evidence that I've read the evidence for the coastal chapter and consider that these are the matters that are the key ones outstanding. So that duplication and plan integration, location of provisions within the plan, cross-referencing, and just how the plan works together is already raised by Commissioner Littlejohn about just the general approach and the rules. There's certainly scope to look at that and remove those references if we wanted to streamline those rules, and what provisions are applicable at Port Taranaki, and then balancing the MPSET and NZCPS directives. And again, work's happened in previous hearings, hearing 11 around that. And then the impact, I appreciated the tangata whenua evidence on this, the impact of having the coastal environment overlay over the Māori purpose zoning land, recognising that Māori land is very scarce in the district. And yet Ōkurapa is a good example there. So yeah, I look forward to hearing the evidence of that. And then finally, just like such as in the forest and bird, seems some relatively minor matters in terms of edits and fine tuning. And yeah, so looking forward to listening to that. So I know there's an addendum. Christine, did the commissioners receive the addendum? So there's an addendum for each chapter, just very minor errors, things that came through in my recommendation but didn't quite make it to the appendix 1 of the section 32 reports, 42A reports. So I mean, I can go over them, or I can just include, I mean, they'll be included in my written right of reply anyway. Some strike through was incorrect and that sort of thing.
They can be included with the right of reply. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you contribute? Yep, that's a nod.
Have you distributed that, Christine? Like, would the other submitters have seen that?
It'll go up online, Ra, with your introduction.
Yeah, so it's really minor things, like I forgot to strike out the usually piped for the overland flow path definition and that sort of, yeah, that's the nature of those edits. But thank you. So yeah, so that's what I've prepared. The experts and myself are here for questions. And after this session, I did wonder whether it might be appropriate. Dr. Shan's evidence is not contested in any way. So and particularly this afternoon, the submitters this afternoon, there's no question of his evidence. So I thought perhaps that he could work on something else this afternoon if he chose to, but seek the Commissioner's direction on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And probably we can deal with that quite quickly. I didn't have any questions, particularly in regards to there not being any contrary expert opinions to his work. So I was happy for him to take leave this afternoon, unless Kit had any particular questions.
No, I think the only question I had of him I've already asked, so I don't see a particular need for Tom to hang around. Apart from the fact that he gets to listen to the other evidence if he wants to, but if there's no one contesting it at an expert level, then there's not. I don't think there's any great benefit in him staying.
Thank you. So Tom, you have an option of staying this afternoon or opting to do something else.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And tomorrow morning,
I'll just
or I can let Ra let me know on that.
Yeah, thank you. There is one matter I'll discuss with you, but
Sure.
Certainly if you could come back for the right of reply, that probably be.
Okay, no problem at all. Thank you very much.
And we'll start with Kit. See if we've got some questions for you. And oh, sorry, just to acknowledge the fulsome presentation. That was really handy. I had a number of questions and they were answered by the presentation. So apart from those sort of preliminary ones, which were about acronyms and abbreviations and things, and and the movement of sand with the digger and things. So we'll just pass it to Kit, see if he's got any questions.
Look, I don't think I did. They're really getting to matters of detail. Just let me see if I can pick up a couple of little things. Rule CE, policy CEP12 for the complementary NH policy, which is NHP5, and even in the 42A for the NH chapter, you did discuss in some detail the difference between this adaptive pathway planning approach versus an adaptive management approach. In the natural hazards chapter, you landed on changing the phrasing to simply be an adaptive management approach. You haven't taken the same approach in the CE chapter. Is there a particular reason?
A slight oversight. The scope was within the natural hazards chapter against the natural hazard chapter, but I think that I think there's scope to transfer that over to the coastal one.
Do you want to just have a think about that? Because at the moment we'd have two different phrases, which I suspect would potentially mean slightly different things.
Yeah.
Maybe that we have a consistent use of what we're talking about when it comes to adaptive management. That was the only point I was raising.
I just dropped the ball there, sorry.
No, there's lots of words here. We're all over them. Just a clarification, we're in when you get down into the CE rules R11 onwards, and I think this is probably just an update. This is where you've crossed out in CE R14 all zones, activity status DIS, and the other bit there, and then you've moved that down under CE R17. Is that to indicate therefore that quarries, petroleum exploration, petroleum production, all with the ones prior to that also now take the discretionary status, and that's the color that we might just need to update?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, there was one thing. I thought that there wasn't. If it pleases you, I would like to just dig a bit more about the scope in terms of 19. I think there may be scope within the forest and bird submission. They did question that non-complying activity status. I think that
a large-scale renewable electricity generation.
I think that should potentially be discretionary as well. I thought there wasn't scope, but I wouldn't mind double checking that.
Okay, so that would then mean that the only non-complying activity would be hazard-sensitive activities. Is that okay? All right. Well, that'll be good for you to have a look at then. No, I really think that was it. Yeah, no, very thorough. No other questions from me, Antoine?
Hey, thanks, Kurt. And Rochelle, it's probably just a reflection of the amount of work that I was certainly expecting these two hearings to be a week-long hearing. And so I just want to acknowledge the work that's gone in with working with the submitters and the various parties to get to the Section 42A report and then the presentation which you provided today. So I think that's a real credit to the staff. So us not having questions means that we're not really interested. It's actually, we are interested, but a lot of the heavy lifting's been done. I was certainly expecting this to be quite a challenging, particularly the coastal environment one, to be quite a challenging section.
Yeah, it's certainly, I think
and it is a challenging chapter, but the staff have certainly done a lot of, and the submitters have done a lot of work.
I actually think it's the work before I was even on the scene with engagement, and as coastal environment is one of the top 4 has really paid off. So that's great. We've brought the community along with us, I think.
But I've got 2 questions, and the one's a more broader question, and then the others is quite a specific one. I'll start with a specific one, and this is just in regards to the Māori Purpose Zone, and in particular the Papakainga activity. And I see that policies okay, I've got it right in front of me, but I think it was policy 3, I think it was CE policy 3, I think it was the one that recognised Papakainga, and there's a number of references to recognising that Papakainga may occur in the coastal environment zone, and that seems to be picking up the submissions from Tangata Whenua, but also the engagement that's occurred with Tangata Whenua. There's also, and I'm assuming that it's also referencing the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement in regards to the provision or the expectation that Papakainga would be developed are existing in the coastal environment and would be developed in the coastal environment. I just wanted to double check that with you.
Yeah, I believe it's policy 2 of the NZCS, that there's support for.
Yeah, policy 2, and then I think very specifically policy 6D is the ones that I'd highlighted.
Yeah,
I just wanted to check in with you that that's the thought process.
Yeah, certainly. And it's almost I'll have to check the definitions, but it's almost a functional, or it's just that's where historically and future, that's where Tangata Whenua want to be. So it's almost like a locational need, right?
Just slightly related to that, and I just wondered whether you had any thoughts. You've specifically identified Papakainga, but the Māori Purpose Zone does include a number of other activities that are supportive of Papakainga. So it isn't necessarily just housing, but it's actually housing in the community facilities that support that housing. So they might be shared services like things like marae, which could be a wharenui and a wharekai, and maybe a health centre and those types of things. Is that what you're thinking Papakainga is? Because we often use these terms to mean something, but when we start making rules about them, we have to be really clear that what our intentions are actually defined by the words we're using.
So I'm not an expert on Papakainga, but I understand that to be about living on that land. And P3 talks about Papakainga, marae, and associated development. I'm pretty sure, that's the intention was to support Māori Purpose Zone activity, those broader activities and customary activities. And I really appreciated the evidence that I've read. And I guess the only thing I would, and this is reflected in the evidence, is the need to manage around those natural hazards. But in terms of character, I have prepared some comments for the right of reply around that I think the district plan needs to support whatever aspirations there are on that land, given its limited resource.
And I suppose this wasn't necessarily a question, but it was more just an invitation. If there were any further thoughts you had in regards to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and it's, I suppose, depending on who you are, one way you could read it as being very protective. It's looking to avoid a number of types of developments that would be inappropriate in the coastal area. and it's quite prescriptive in its intention, and just marrying that up with the New Plymouth context and having a number of activities that already exist in the coastal environment. And that was quite stark when we've noticed a number of, industrial activities. There's the port activities, other types of activities along the coast that have been there for quite some time. And there's an expectation that they would continue. Just that managing that tension through the district plan, and where's the I suppose I'm thinking about the sweet spot between balancing the protective avoidance, prescription and direction with the, on one side functional and operational needs, but those expectations of some of these activities occurring in the coastal environment, although in an appropriate way that looks to avoid, remedy and mitigate its effects. So if you had any further thoughts in that regard.
Yeah, well, I guess Objective 6 and our Policy 6, it recognises that the coastal environment, protecting those values does not preclude use, and recognising, like we might think, oh, ideally you don't have these activities occur there, but they're site-specific resources, and transmission of electricity and extraction of minerals, and they and yeah, like you said, 6D, Papakaing, like they are, they do to some degree belong there, but we just need to be really careful about managing the effects of them and encouraging them to go elsewhere if that's possible. So I think having that visibility of that wider coastal environment, and yeah, we've got the protection and we're trying to find that sweet spot, but yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, certainly it's something that's coming up in other hearings, because we're not all sitting on the same hearing. So I wasn't specifically on the port zone, but I was on the energy and some network utilities and others. So we're just trying to correlate, making sure we have a consistent approach. And I suppose one of the interesting tensions we have is unintended consequences, where you may be more prescriptive, and it's been interesting where you've come to in terms of the activity status in regards to this particular chapter. There could be unintended consequences where you had very strong avoidance policies and rules, and those activities look to go elsewhere, but you actually might not want them to actually go to other places which aren't necessarily the best places for them. There are other issues inland perhaps that would be encountered. So it was more of just a summary of where we're trying to correlate our thoughts, and if you had anything more you wanted to add to that.
So yeah, I guess those we have a direction to avoid certain outcomes, but not to avoid certain activities, and we also have direction to encourage infrastructure and new development in a way. We've got direction to not increase the risk, and if possible to reduce the risk. So that's not it's not a black and white, and it certainly it just requires a case-by-case assessment. And I know in some cases the discretionary activity status for the rules near the top of the chapter might not seem efficient, but I just feel that it's such a complex environment with so much higher order direction that we need to be careful not to limit what we can assess. And so if it's discretionary, we get the processing planners get to go back to the NZCPS and the regional plans. And I think
I'll just see if Kit has got any supplementary questions.
No, I don't. Thanks for that.
That's the end of that section. Thanks, Ryan, to your team for preparation of the material. Christine, I think that's it on our agenda for this afternoon. I haven't got the agenda. I'm only using the one screen at the moment. I normally use my two screens. I'm just using the one, so I'm being very monofunctional at the moment. I haven't got 3 or 4 screens at the moment, just the one. But I think from memory, that's it for this morning, and then we're going to be coming back at 1 o'clock. That's right.
That's right.
Hey, thanks everybody. Although I can't see you, but I can see your names. Thanks very much. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock And I'll just have a quick check of we'll have Forest and Bird first up, and then we've got Transpower, Helen Johnson, and then that's us for the afternoon. Excellent. Hey, thanks everybody. We'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you back. For those who weren't with us this morning, we are in hearings 7 and 8, Coastal Environment and Natural Hazards, and we've had the Section 42A report writer and her colleagues do a presentation to us this morning. And this afternoon we have Forest and Bird, Transpower, Helen Johnson, just the 3 submitters this afternoon, and then we'll reconvene tomorrow. So we've got a few new people who have joined us this afternoon. Mr. Jennings.
Yes, hello, Commissioner. William Jennings for Forest and Birds here.
Hey, good to see you again. And Anna Kokolescu, hopefully I hope I've pronounced your name properly.
Thank you. Yes, you did. Thank you, Commissioner. I appear for Transpower with Miss Rat, who is also present.
Excellent, thank you. Good to see you. And is Mark James, was he with us this morning? I think he was. And we also...
Yes, he was, sir.
Yes.
He's a stormwater engineer.
That's the thing, I'm having to remember.
Sorry, yes, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I am here. Sorry about that.
Very good. I'm very good with faces, but I'm not so good with names, so this is a bit of a test for me. And I think we have Trudy Burney who's joined us this afternoon as well.
Yes, I have. I'm just here to observe the proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jennings, we'll pass it over to you now. We received the legal submissions, I think it was about 8:52 on Thursday evening. So I'm not sure if Mr. Meljohn had already gone on holiday at 5 p.m. I certainly had. And so I've had a very, very quick look at the legal submission. So perhaps we're happy for you to take us through those and you can take your time. We've got this afternoon, so don't feel like you're in a hurry and just take it for granted that we've had a cursory look, but we haven't looked in any detail.
Yeah, no worries, Commissioner. Yes, well, I guess the first point I just wanted to point out is that I set out in the submissions the relief that Forest and Bird is seeking in Appendix 1, which is at the very end of the submissions. I pointed out in paragraph 3 that I didn't initially seek relief in relation to rule number 3 because it's not specific. That rule number 3 doesn't specifically say it applies to vegetation clearance. But if the commissioners think it does apply to vegetation clearance, then Forest and Bird seeks the same relief as it does for the other 2 rules.
You're just picking up on that point. Just really appreciate, Forest and Bird have made submissions to a number of chapters, including the eco chapter, which from memory I'm writing. So it's probably good that I'm sitting on this hearing as well. So there's to be good correlation between the 2 rules frameworks and the chapters. So we really appreciate you making those cross references for us.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And then just moving on, so these are in addition to Forest and Bird's original submissions. I just wanted to highlight a few other issues. And just moving on, in paragraph 4, I set out the relief, further relief, and in relation to the first policy, CEP3, Forest and Bird seeks either the complete removal of the word appropriately, or in the very least, so it doesn't apply to the word avoid, but perhaps applies to remedy and mitigate, because in Forest and Bird's opinion, appropriately doesn't add any value to the policy, and you either avoid something or you don't. You can't really appropriately avoid. So moving on to the next policy, which is notified CEP5, and then I believe that it's a new recommended one in the section 42A, that's CEPX. Forest and Bird had originally sought that mining was included in CEP5. I didn't see anywhere in the section 42A where that particular submission point was picked up on. So just following it up on that. And to Forest and Bird, mining and quarries have very similar effects, so mining should be included on that policy as well. moving on to CEP 6, which is about hard protection structures. Forest and Bird seeks the removal of the words when avoidance is not possible. Forest and Bird doesn't consider that the policy, NZCPS policy 27 gives a trump over the avoid policies. And using those words seems to indicate that you can you don't have to avoid in certain circumstances under the NCCPS, and Forest and Bird submits that there are instances where you may have to avoid, say, for example, policy 11A matters. And then also in relation to the beginning of that policy, as it's worded, only allows, that phrase seems to predicate that if the conditions 1, 2, 3, and 4 are met, then the council must grant more along the lines of a controlled activity consent rather than a discretionary consent. So Forest and Bird submits that consider is a better word than the phrase only allow. And then moving on to CEP 9 and P10, those relate to the subdivision policies in the coastal environment zone. Forest and Bird submits that there could be some rewording to make it more assertive rather than passive language. For example, replacing in CEP 9, it says where any proposed, but in CEP 10, it says require. Forest and Bird submits that the where any proposed should be replaced with more active language like require and nominalizations. And also in relation to CEP 10, it reads more like a restricted discretionary rule rather than a policy setting it out, because in this policy leads to a discretionary rule. It doesn't lead to a restricted discretionary or controlled activity rule. And when Forest and Bird looks at it, Forest and Bird isn't saying that you shouldn't be allowed, you shouldn't be able to apply for a smaller esplanade strip. But Forest and Bird's just saying that this policy needs to be reworded to set out instances where it may be appropriate to consider a smaller esplanade reserve. And Forest and Bird considers that its relief sets that out a little bit better. And then it's just in relation to rules 2, 3, and 4 is the final bit of relief there. And in the eco chapter, Forest and Bird submitted that there should be some proximity limits applied to the rules. And so not knowing what the outcome of that hearing is, Forest and Bird submits that if its submission is accepted in relation to the ecosystem chapter, that this relief isn't necessary for the coastal environment. But if that relief isn't picked up on, then Forest and Bird submits that these proximity limits should be placed on the coastal environment rules to ensure that the policy 11 matters are protected, and also SNAs that are also in the coastal environment. Forest and Bird points out, no, that was in another one. Sorry. No, so that's basically a highlight of the submissions, brief submissions. And yeah, welcome any questions if there are any.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Jennings. We'll see if Kit's got any questions.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks, William. I appreciate that. Just want to have a chat to you about some of the tweaks that you've suggested here and whether they are going to do what you want them to.
Okay.
If we go to Appendix 1 and you look at CEP 6, the phrasing that was there, and I take your point around the only allow versus consider the establishment of. I mean, there's a drafting technique there which I think we'd have to look at across the plan. When you get down to number 2, though, you're suggesting striking out or when avoidance is not possible appropriately. So then the policy would read, any adverse effects on natural character, indigenous vegetation, etc., and amenity values will be avoided, mitigated, or remedied. So in striking out that phrase, you've effectively given equal opportunity to avoidance, remediation, or mitigation. Is that your intention?
Yes, that's the intention. Yeah, in the first instance, you avoid. That seems be the way it's worded throughout through higher order documents. It doesn't really say or avoidance if is not possible appropriately. It just goes down that natural hierarchy of mitigation hierarchy.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's, I mean, when you use the phrase avoid, remedy, or mitigate, I think the legal position is that they are each equally valid responses to the thing that you're dealing with. To create them as a hierarchy, you need to be much more specific, and you need to segregate them out to avoid, and then if avoidance is not possible, then mitigate. And if mitigation is not possible, remedy and look to offset. You know, that traditional sort of, we've evolved that sort of hierarchy of responses to effects. I just wonder whether I mean, I can understand what you're trying to achieve, but I think by just lumping them to be avoided, mitigated, or remedied, you potentially take the weight off avoidance as the primary objective, with the mitigation or remediation following if you can't do that, which I think was what that phrase was intended to try and direct. So I don't know whether you, I'm just concerned that what you think you're doing, you might not be doing because you actually haven't created it as a hierarchy.
Yes, I take that point on board, Commissioner. I just wonder how much this policy feeds into the for this chapter. I think I'm relying on the effects management policies in that chapter for that, basically that reference in subclause 2. So
yeah,
avoided. And so if you're going to avoid any adverse effects on indigenous fauna and amenity values will be avoided. I guess, yeah, I take it on board, I guess, because it's not inherent that you would automatically go back to the ecosystem chapter in this particular instance. So yeah, perhaps there is a need for, I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Sorry, one of my main questions is on this, but from a slightly different perspective. And I just wondered whether I could
jump in.
ask at the same time. It's in a similar regard. And in some of our other hearings, we've been talking about this issue of possible, practicable, and feasible, and seeing that, you know, where something is not possible really sets a very high threshold. So you have to prove that it's not possible. And within the realms of things, it's we certainly have a view that most things are possible. And so to get across that threshold is quite high. And then the next one is practical, taking sort of case by case, site specific issues on board, cost, practicality of being able to do them in a timely manner and those types of things. And then feasible, sort of the next level down, you know, is it cost effective to do this? So we've certainly been seeing these types of matters and that sort of list of not possible is a very, very, or possible is a very high threshold to break. And then specifically what Kit's mentioned is your first stop is, can you avoid this? And if it's not possible, we're setting a very high threshold, then you can consider the remedy and mitigate matters. I suppose I'm just adding to Kit's perhaps concern that that's the way the words are really important, and just want to make sure that that's your intention, what you've requested.
Yes. I think forest and bird's pretty easy on this particular bit of relief. I'd have to go back and look at the eco chapter to see exactly what it
Yes,
says.
you appreciate that. And certainly we've been saying to the Section 42A report writers, we want consistency but across the plan. So yeah, that's certainly one of our considerations.
No, yeah, excellent points, commissioners.
The other one I wanted to have the next chat about is the suggested amendments to CEP9 and P10, and I guess a couple of things. I think probably in the rush to come up with more active drafting, which I tend to agree with you on. The first part of that policy has sort of lost its way a little bit, and I think it's just because you might need to put a 2 in there. There's no, so you're saying require any proposed subdivision of land that will create allotments. I think it needs to be to provide for an esplanade, reserve, or strip at the time of subdivision. So that, I think there needs to be a 2 there for a start. And then we just launch straight into this list of items 1 through 11 without any sort of introduction to what they're relevant to. And I wonder whether, again, you've cut out some words that are quite critical to engage those considerations. Hence why I think Ms. Macbeth will come back to us and say that's why there were two policies. One was the thou shalt provide policy, and then there was the thou may reduce if policy. And I think in bringing them together, maybe you've lost some of the nuance between the two. For example, we did have to demonstrate that the waiver or reduction is appropriate, having regard to. So I just wonder whether the rush to sort of amend and consolidate the policy has sort of made it a little less effective. I can put it like that.
Yeah, I appreciate your point there, Kit. Yeah, I struggled with trying to find the words, and I relied on our original submission for this particular relief here. And I thought about it, and I was struggling to find the words to make it fit together, to make that relief really work. Because I guess the rule in the plan for where you can apply for a waiver to make the Esplanade strip smaller is actually in the subdivision chapter. So I'm really struggling at how that, and it's a restricted discretionary rule there if it doesn't comply with the certain standard, but then here the subdivision rule is discretionary. So I wonder how the two subdivision rules are meant to.
Yeah, I see, and you made a good point about that, and you're lucky in that I'm sort of across the eco, the subdivision, and now the coastal environment chapters, and ultimately I think I'll probably end up I'm addressing all of those at one go, so I can make sure I'm across it all when we get there. But that is a good point about the relationship between this particular policy and the subdivision provisions. I think we do want to try and avoid duplication if we can. I've always queried the need to have a policy that simply restates what Section 230 requires anyway. To some extent, it's a statutory default that you have to provide one of these things. The only statutory discretion comes in reducing the width of a reserve, or whether you provide a strip as opposed to a reserve. That's where the rule-making power sort of comes in. But I guess there's no harm in going further than that.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with you there, and Commissioner, in that the Act sets it out, and the Act doesn't quite set it out like those two policies do either. And it was a struggle to meld it all together.
Yeah, to some extent, the policy needs to provide the decision maker the guidance for departing from the statutory presumption. What are the things that are relevant and necessary to take into account when I'm going to depart from the statutory presumption? And so that's what the policy needs to do.
Yeah.
The only other one I want to talk to you a little bit about was your CER2, and I think you make a point about this seems to be the only CE rule which actually deals with vegetation clearance, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that one and CER4 specifically say.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it does too. Yeah, maintenance and repair or vegetation clearance. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we've got a rule. Yeah, there is a little bit of overlapping here between the CE rules, because we've got a general rule for earthworks other than for network utilities, which applies just in the CE. Then we've got R2 and R4, which do talk about vegetation clearance.
And then even when you look at the rule there, CER2 says earthworks and vegetation.
Yeah, yeah. So there is potentially a conflict there with what R1 is endeavouring to achieve, or maybe not, because it's associated with network utilities. That's, I think, the distinguishing feature here, is so that we've got a bespoke rules for above ground and below ground network utilities, where you do get special sort of propositions. But then I guess R4 sits as a contradistinction again, because that's not network utility. It's for tracks, drains and structures. Yeah. Okay.
And I also struggled a wee bit with R2 as well, because I think the intention is that it applies to existing infrastructure, but it has the perception that it applies to new infrastructure with the word installation.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we accept Forest and Birds relief in the eco chapter to deal with to have, I guess, a wider blanket over vegetation clearance in the CE, do I take it that we don't then need to put in, for example, the additional bits that you've suggested in R2 and R4 around vegetation disturbances within 2 meters of the existing below ground network utility, or it's within 2 meters of the existing tracks? Or do you think we'd need to do that anyway, just to make it quite clear within the CE chapter that the vegetation clearance that's being authorized under for these particular activities has a specific and bespoke limitation as to how far it can extend just in that particular location?
Yes, I think Forest and Birds original submission, we saw that if you accept the relief in terms of the eco chapter, that should suffice.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I didn't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Thank you.
Little John.
Hey, thank you. I only just had one part of a question, because Kit's covered most of the things I was going to cover. It was just in regards to that 2 meters. So this is an instance where perhaps Forest and Bird doesn't get the relief you're seeking in the eco chapter, and we look at this particular amendment for the 2 meters. Could you just remind me where the 2 meters comes from again?
I don't know specifically. I think that's the standard that's been applied to many plans across. We've had a discussion about it in Dunedin recently, and I think that was the minimum width of a bulldozer blade. I can't recall exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Makes sense. It's a big bulldozer.
It is, and we thought it was big.
Well, a D9 is much wider than that, but let's not go there.
If you need a D9 to maintain your fence line, Mr. Coffin, then you're in serious trouble.
Yeah, well, you say that, and then you see one turn up on the back of a truck and go, what's going on here? Using plans, yeah. Hey, thank you, Mr. Jennings. That was really helpful. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
No, I can't think of anything else. Thank you, commissioners.
Hey, thank you. Hey, thanks again for your submissions and the legal submissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've now got our good folk from Transpower. And if you'd just like to just introduce yourselves and how you're going to do your presentation. Obviously, we can't read the body language in the room, which we normally really helps in. Sort of, you're a little thumbnail on my little laptop here, and your submissions are all open on my screens and things. So just hold our hand and take us through.
So my name is Anna Populescu. I am a solicitor at Dentons Kensington Swan, and I appear for Transpower. Miss Rat is an planning expert, and she has prepared evidence for Transpower throughout the entire set of hearings for the proposed district plan. Would it be helpful? So our intention was for me to start, then for Ms. Rat to take you through the planning evidence, and we can have questions throughout or questions in the end, whatever the preference is. Would it be helpful if I take you through all of our submissions, or did you want to let me know if there were any, maybe as we go, you let me know if there are any parts where there's no needs. I appreciate that for some of the things we're going to say, you might have heard them already in hearing 5. So there may be some repetition, but if you just let me know as we go.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to tell you how to present your case to us, but would be helpful because we're online. Perhaps we'll let you present, and then we'll look to see if there's any questions. And if there's any burning questions as you're going, we'll either put our little hands up or we'll interrupt, but only if it's really important. But we'll let you present. We'll have a space, some questions, and then we'll go to Ms. Ratt.
Thank you. So as part of the outline of submissions, I was just going to take you to our main points where we were seeking amendments that had been rejected in the Section 42A report by Ms. Macbeth. You can find the list of these at paragraph 1.7. The main one, which is actually the position that Transpower has had throughout the hearings, is that Transpower would prefer a national grid specific policy, which is being referred to as NUP6, that would be located in the Network Utilities chapter that has already been discussed in hearing 11. If this particular policy is not in place, then in the alternative, Transpower would seek the insertion of a new national grid specific policy, which we refer to as CEPX, for the coastal environment chapter, to prevail over CEP2, and I will take you through the discussion of why, from Transpower's perspective, that is important to give effect to the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And there are 2 additional amendments, a change to the Natural Hazards Policy 4 in subparagraph 10, where there is the use of the phrase operational need or functional need, and Transpower's position is that it would prefer to have or rather than and an amendment to rules 2 and 11 in the natural hazards chapter, so as to remove the overlap between the 2, because at the moment they appear to actually apply to the same type of network utilities. So Transpower's hearing interest in this particular hearing come from the fact that so at the moment there are some assets that are being decommissioned within the port zone. However, there are discussions about offshore wind generation that may need to be connected to the national grid and may actually be required to go through the coastal environment. And it's the same for some onshore renewable energy generation. And Transpower, in this sense, wishes to ensure that new assets could be located and could operate within the coastal environment. Now, normally, Transpower would seek to designate new assets, which is how come Transpower generally focuses on objectives and policies in plans. However, Transpower also remains interested in rules because they also need to give effect to the NPSET and to regional policy statements. And also Transpower cannot rule out the fact that it may need resource consent for some future new assets. And while some maintenance work can be done under the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission, the NESETA, others may not necessarily be able to be done under the NESETA just because they do not meet the cutoff date, which is 2010. So they would have been assets that came about after 2010. So NESETA would not apply to them. These are all matters that were in paragraph 3. And then as we move on, the main provisions from the NPSET that are relevant to hearing 7 and 8, they're in paragraph 4. We're talking about policies such as policy 2, which provides that the council must recognize and provide for the effective operation, maintenance, upgrading, and development of the national grid. Policy 3, that provides that council must consider the constraints imposed on achieving measures to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects resulting from technical and operational requirements of the national grid. Policy 4 addresses new national grid infrastructure or major upgrades to it. And in that sense, council is required to have regard to the extent to which any adverse effects of new national grid infrastructure or major upgrades have been avoided, remedied, or mitigated by the route, site, and method selection. Policy 6 talks about substantial upgrades of the national grid and how they should be used as an opportunity to reduce existing adverse effects where this is appropriate. Policy 7 talks about planning and development of the transmission system and how it should minimize adverse effects on urban amenity and avoid adverse effects on town centers. Policy 8 provides, and is probably one of the more relevant ones here, in the rural environment, planning and development of the national grid should seek to avoid adverse effects on outstanding natural landscapes, areas of high natural character, areas of high recreation value and amenity, and existing sensitive activities. So unlike the NZCPS, which refers to avoidance in certain areas, and I will cover that a little bit later, Policy 8 is less absolute in the fact that it talks about seeking to avoid adverse effects. And it recognizes that there are certain constraints that the national grid faces, and the manner in which these should be addressed is in identified sensitive environments. This kind of evidence was actually presented as part of hearing 11. Mr. Campbell's evidence discusses this particular aspect. All of these NPSET provisions are relevant to the entire district, but in hearing 7 and 8, our submission is that the 2 chapters, coastal environment and natural hazards, do not currently give effect to the NPSET, to these particular policies. And in the Network Utilities Section 42A report, the recommendation had been that NUP 6, which is the national grid specific policy, should not have priority over these two chapters, which is why this means in our submission that both chapters would need to themselves give effect to the NPSET. So if NUP 6 is not accepted by the panel, then each one of the chapters in the district plan would actually have to do that work. So far, and I'm now, for instance, in paragraph 5, so on page 6, Transpower's position throughout these hearings has really been that we appreciate that some provisions will form part of other chapters and will not necessarily be in the network utilities chapter. And that's because network utilities can be located in different environments that have their own dedicated chapters. However, Transpower proposes a single, comprehensive, and complete national grid policy, which is NUP 6. And a copy of it can be found at the back of the legal submissions in Appendix A. I know there are quite a few copies going around in various documents. And this policy would ensure that the proposed plan gives effect to the NPSET. It would include provisions that are relevant to new national grid assets and the development of national grid assets in the coastal environment. And in our position, NUP 6 would prevail over the entire proposed plan if ever there is a conflict with policies in other chapters. The rationale for such a policy would be that it would ensure that the NPSET, the NZCPS, and the regional policy statements are given effect by the proposed plan. Would also be an efficient means to achieve this, as you will have one policy, would make it easier to use by those who would use it, which on one hand, I guess would be Transpower, but also council planners when they are assessing these applications. It would also avoid the risk of inconsistency, of duplication, or incompleteness if this kind of policy needs to exist in every single chapter, in which case you kind of have a puzzle that needs to be quite perfect for things to not go wrong. So for the purposes of this hearing, NUP 6 would prevail over the coastal environment chapter. And the reason in our submission this would be would meet the requirements of both NPSCT and NZCPS is because the wording has been in NUP6 is such that it actually acknowledges the balance that needs to be struck between those two higher level policy documents. So both the NPSCT and the NZCPS are national policy direction that councils must give effect to in their plans. They both contain enabling policies and avoid policies. The NZCPS, for instance, contains in Objective 6 provisions that enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being and their health and safety through subdivision, use, and development. And it recognizes that the protection of the coastal environment values do not preclude use and development within appropriate spaces and within appropriate limits. Policy 1 recognizes that the coastal environment includes infrastructure that has modified that environment. Policy 6 contains a number of provisions that recognize that the provision of infrastructure, supply and transport of energy, for instance, are activities that are important to the social, economic, and cultural well-being of people and communities. It also talks about the consideration of the rate at which the built environment and associated public infrastructure should be enabled to provide for the foreseeable population growth without compromising the values of the coastal environment. And it talks about other aspects such as the avoidance of adverse visual impacts, the imposition of setbacks or buffer areas. But in terms of as far as practicable and reasonable, or where practicable and reasonable, or where appropriate. And that appears to recognize that for some activities like network utilities, it's not always possible to meet these requirements, but these activities may need to be located in coastal areas. And then you also have policies 11, 13, and 15, which are far more directive and require a number of adverse effects to be avoided altogether, while other adverse effects are avoided if they are significant or otherwise you have avoid, remedy, or mitigate. And our submission is that there is case law that explains the meaning of avoid, and that means not allowing. But this should not result in a blanket approach where policies 11, 13, and 15 of the NZCPS take precedence over other more enabling policies that are located either within the NZCPS or within the NPSCT. And the NPSCT, as I had mentioned before, talks about seeking to avoid adverse effects on outstanding national landscapes, areas of high natural character. And this is partly as a recognition of the fact that the national grid is not always able to, effects of the national grid can't always be avoided, remedied, or mitigated because they may be constrained by operational or functional needs. And in this sense, CEP2, in the form that is recommended in the Section 42A report, appears to uphold only the position in policies 11, 13, and 15, without necessarily taking into account more enabling provisions, both in the NZCPS and in the NPSCT. And in our submission, there are two options to deal with this issue. So it's to ensure that NPSCT and the NZCPS are given effect. And it's either to amend CEP2 or to incorporate a new policy that we have referred to as CEPX. And you can also find a copy of that in Appendix A of the legal submissions. And CEPX is basically worded similarly with what NUP6 subparagraph 3 little Roman 7 would have been, which is that it would apply to the development of the national grid or to new national grid assets in the coastal environment. It incorporates references to a number of policies from the NPSCT, and I have described those in paragraph 6.8 in the following ones. But it also takes into account policies 11, 13, and 15 of the NZCPS. And the way it does this is that it has a stepped approach where an applicant would seek to avoid adverse effects or significant adverse effects. And if that is not practicable because of operational needs or functional needs, which is something that takes into account the NPSCT as well, then the result of that would be either a recognition then that avoidance of adverse effects is required, and then the activity would not be able to progress, or otherwise remedy or mitigate adverse effects on the values and characteristics. So this would be a more nuanced approach that actually balances the provisions of both the NZCPS and the NPSCT. We do acknowledge that this would create a regime that would be specific to the national grid, especially the part where we submit that CEPX or NUP6 would actually prevail over the other provisions in the coastal environments. But we do not consider that to necessarily be dissimilar to the treatment that the port has sought, and we understand that Ms. Macbeth has recommended, which is that they would be exempt from rules in the coastal environment chapter. Our submission is that the policy, the way it is framed at the moment, would actually take into account the requirements of higher level national policies, and it would also so it would actually be able to give effect to all of that. It will just be located in one place in the, in this case, in the coastal environment chapter, or if NUP6 is accepted in the network utilities chapter. Now, in terms of the natural hazards chapter, we had two amendments that we were seeking. One is in relation to policy 4, where, as I mentioned, there is a reference to operational need and functional need for an activity to be located within the hazard area. That's in subclause 10. And we support the position that and should be amended to read, or functional need is defined in a particular way in the proposed district plan. And it is not a term that is used in the NPSCT. The NPSCT actually refers to technical requirements instead of functional need. The inclusion of both functional need and operational need suggests that the terms were intended to have slightly different meanings. And on a narrow and literal reading of functional need, you may end up in a situation where linear network utilities, such as the national grid, would not be able to prove that they have to function only through a specific environment. And that would actually not give effect to the NPSCT, because the NPSCT requires councils to recognize and provide for the effective development of electricity transmission networks. That being policy 2 of the NPSCT. We also consider that that would bring this particular chapter in line with other chapters in the proposed plan that contain reference to operational need or functional need. And there are examples of this in paragraph 7.10 of the submissions. And finally, with Rule 2 and Rule 11 in the natural hazards chapter, Rule 2 applies to below ground network utilities, and Rule 11 appears to apply to all network utilities. Our concern is that there seems to be an overlap between the two, and that should just be clarified so as along the way there won't be issues of interpretation, and that those could be resolved at the moment. For instance, with clarifying that Rule 11 does not apply to below ground network utilities that are covered by Rule 2. And this is the last point in our submissions.
Hey,
So if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm sure we do. Kit?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm not involved in the network utilities hearings, so this may be ground that you've covered, but I think, yeah, I'm sure you can help me. I also, as a general observation, can't help but think that we're not the first panel to have to deal with the relationship between the Coastal Policy Statement and the NPSET. And so I'm hoping that either you or Ms. Ratt can sort of fill in with any sort of case law or court consideration about that. So I guess my starting point really is how we go about harmonising these two national policy statements. Your argument about how we do that starts by referring to the various policies in the NPSET. Of the ones that you set out at paragraph 4.3, I think the only one that Ms. Ratt sort of seizes upon is policy 8. And I guess the first question I have, policy 8 deals with rural environments. And I guess, is there a policy in NPSET that deals explicitly with coastal environment?
Not as such. So there's policy 7 that deals with effects on the urban amenity.
Mm.
They were drafted at different times, and they were drafted in slightly different terminology.
Mm.
And there's not, just makes it slightly more difficult for all of us to try and get them to work together.
That's one of the job requirements for parliamentarians, make it, as lawmakers, make it difficult for those who have to interpret the law. I see quite helpfully that you've either got to read policy 8 as sort of hinting at covering the field, but without actually doing so, thus leaving it to decision makers on a case-by-case basis to try and rationalise the two policy statements. So, okay, that's my first question. There's nothing specifically that deals in the NPSET about how you resolve any potential conflict between that policy statement and the coastal policy statement. Okay, so that's
there isn't. No. Yeah.
Point 1. Okay, we then move through to we're in section 5 of your submissions, and I think the crux of it, because you go through a different analysis of the language and what each of them talk about, and you sort of lead up to your crescendo at 5.6, which starts with, while there is case law explaining the meaning of avoid as not allowing, this should not result in a blanket approach whereby policies 11, 13 and 15 take precedence over other more enabling policies located within NZCPS or another national policy statement without the facts of each case being more thoroughly considered by a decision maker. So that's a very logical submission. I'm wondering whether there's any case law to support it. Because I do have a distant memory of cases involving your client in the coastal environment where it was effectively the outcome that the NZCPS provisions had to prevail, whereas your submission seems to suggest that we can roll up our sleeves and decide how that conflict could be resolved in any particular case because they're both at the same level on the hierarchy. So do you have any, first question, there's a whole lot of questions there, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's fair. I do not have any case law. I am more than happy, and I apologize for it. I'm more than happy for us to prepare that for the panel as a separate exercise after this. Unfortunately, I don't have any case law at hand.
Okay.
On this particular point, but I do take your point.
Ms. Ratt might be able to throw something into the mix there. Because it is really the heart of this issue, because obviously you get to some drafting of both your proposed NU policy as well as your proposal here, where we end with the statement, in the event of conflicts, policy NU prevails over other provisions. So you are effectively saying that if there's ever a situation where the NPSET runs into conflict with the NZCPS, the NPSET prevails. And I guess that's the critical point. I think we need to be quite confident that we've got the legal ability to do that.
Well, that wasn't actually like the way both, so the CEPX and NUP6 are drafted for the coastal environment, are drafted very similarly.
Yep.
We haven't actually done it, and the way we have worked on, I'll take you for instance, probably CEPX is a better example, is to actually walk through a combination of the requirements from both the NPSCT and the NZCPS, which is why we were confident that this would not necessarily, as in we're not saying as a blanket that the NPSCT should prevail over the NZCPS. We're actually saying that as a blanket, it shouldn't be the NZCPS prevailing over the NPSCT, which appears to be the situation now with CEP2, which refers only to avoid effects and doesn't allow any exception. But if we're considering the NZCPS to have what would be the general law for coastal environments, which is you avoid effects in certain circumstances, you avoid adverse effects, you avoid significant adverse effects in particular circumstances, and otherwise you go back to avoid, remedy, mitigate. What we are saying is that the NPSCT creates what would be an exception to that rule, and in that small ground that is the exception, a decision maker should be allowed to decide on the facts whether that particular application is worth not complying with the NZCPS and would fall within the small exception that's in the NPSCT. That's how we drafted, that's how we were hoping we had drafted the CEPX, so that it would actually balance the two and allow a decision maker to balance the two. And that's why, for instance, in little 4, we used the wording initially of seeking to avoid adverse effects, but then we pulled from policies 11, 13, and 15 of the NZCPS what those adverse effects are.
Yep.
And in 5, we use the words seeking to avoid from the NPSCT, but we've pulled the words of significant adverse effects from policies 11, 13, and 15 of the NZCPS.
I can see that.
If that makes sense. So we're not. So I appreciate. We can certainly provide any case law if the panel wishes. We might just need a bit of
I think it is important. Yeah. I mean, as practical and as rational as the approach you're suggesting is in theory, we've got. I mean, I feel sometimes when trying to navigate between coastal policy statement obligations under policy 11 and 13 and 15, for example, and the other national policies, it's sort of like one of those Indiana Jones movies where you've only got so many paving stones you can stand on without being shot by someone. And I guess I just want to make clear, because I'd like to see whether anyone has had to harmonise these two previously and whether there's any case law on it. I looked at the policies and my initial query was seeking to avoid. I mean, who writes seeking to avoid? What does that mean? You know, you try to avoid, but then I realized it's actually language from the NPSCT itself. So
it is, yes.
Which is an interesting turn of phrase. So do the best you can, but
it is.
Don't worry if you don't, sort of thing. Which sort of then leads us to your sub-policy 6, which is really the engine. This is the engine room of the exception, isn't it? In policy,
yes.
Where the avoidance is not practicable due to the operational needs or functional needs of the national grid, then you recognise that there may be some areas where avoidance of adverse effects is required to protect values and characteristics so that the activity cannot proceed, and then otherwise remedy or mitigate adverse effects on the values and characteristics. Now, I don't know what that means. Sorry, I don't.
Basically, when you can, if you seek to avoid the adverse effects in 4, or you seek to avoid the significant adverse effects in 5, and those are adverse effects or significant adverse effects on natural features and landscapes, on natural character, on indigenous vegetation and taxa, if you end up still having adverse effects, then there are 2 options, which is one that you just you still need to avoid those effects. So your activity, in this case, would only be the national grid. So whatever Transpower is proposing at the time would not go ahead, or in the alternative, you would remedy or mitigate those adverse effects. And that's trying to marry up the NZCPS and the NPSCT, because the NPSCT in policy 3 allows you to take into account operational needs and functional needs.
I hear you. I just think that if you're at the point of having to get to 6, then avoidance hasn't been possible. So why is an option of not being able to avoid that you avoid? I mean, it just seems to take you in a bit of a circle.
I guess that would be the point in time where the decision maker would decide that the NZCPS really should take priority, and that in that particular circumstance, despite what you as Transpower and as the applicant have done, that is just not a good proposal. I should probably explain in just as background. In hearing 11, we had Dougal Campbell, who I believe is an engineer, explaining how for Transpower has a system called ACRE of how they decide where they're going to put a particular national grid asset. It starts from identifying a need, and then from that identifying a number of options, and then you kind of start big and then you narrow it down. And throughout the entire process, and it's quite a convoluted, quite a long process that Mr. Campbell describes, there are always considerations of what adverse effects there might be. And as he describes there are times, for instance, when you're trying to avoid a town, but that means you're going to go through a landscape, or you are trying to avoid impacting particular areas that are of higher significance, and then you end up using a longer route, so you're impacting more other things. So there are a lot of considerations that are taken into account. So the seek to avoid in policy 8 recognizes that it's basically not from lack of trying that sometimes you end up with national grid assets being in a location where it will have some adverse effects. I don't know if Ms. Rath wants to add anything to that, but I do take your point on case law, and we can definitely look at that.
I believe that in the hearing 11, Ms. McIndoe set out the genesis, like this particular provision has been used before, and I think it was through an Environment Court process. So we can hunt that out for you.
I mean, I wasn't involved in that one, so that's probably what, and I'm sure, I mean, Commissioner Coffin, you were involved in that one, and it may be that this is something that you need to educate me on when we come to deliberations around this particular thing. So look, hold fire from firing up LexisNexis or Westlaw. Let me go back and have a look at Ms. McIndoe's submissions from hearing 11, and then I think through the chair I'll let you know whether I think whether there's information there which satisfies the query.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to mention that I'd sat on the first instance hearing for the Transpower application across the Maungatapu Bridge, of which we granted consent, myself and Commissioner Greg Hill granted consent, but it went to higher powers and a different decision was made. So
that's right.
I wasn't going to comment too much about it.
Yeah, I don't believe it was that one. I believe it was one that was through court-assisted mediation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that was all I wanted to talk about with you. Thank you for your submissions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. My main question was really about this tension between the national policy statement for coastal national policy statement and the outreach transmission NPS, and at what level would we be trying to resolve the tension? Is it something you try to resolve? You set out the policies in each of the chapters of the plan, and then you provide for the exceptions and the rules, or whether you provide a little bit of both each way. You provide the decision maker with the breadth of discretion in the policies, and then make it really clear in the rules. I suppose that's more of a planning question perhaps than a legal question. Sorry, I'll circle
From
around.
From a legal perspective as well, there's the added complication of the act requiring councils to give effect to national policy statements, which just creates an added layer of complication in that if the policy statements themselves have an element that's difficult to marry up, it doesn't preclude the obligation on councils to still try and give effect to everything. So yes, and then at a practical level, what we thought may be a good solution was that maybe the way forward would be that at an application stage, this is a decision that can be made on the facts, rather than at a higher level, which is the proposed district plan level, making a decision that the NZCPS should trump some of the NPSET provisions, which is how in our submission see what CEP2 would be doing right now without an NUP6 or a CEPX to prevail over it.
Yeah, and it's certainly on the face value that seems to be the case. Yes. My question, I'm just going to circle back a bit, just in terms of resolving some of the tension between the coastal policy statement and the electricity transmission NPS. I've always been of the view that you resolve unless the national policy statement says something like the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, the Ture Whaimeno, where there is tension between this and another national policy statement, this policy statement shall trump the other ones. But that's not my understanding in this particular case. You really need to look at what the wording is and how specific they are. So where it's prescriptive and directive on a particular matter, that provides you more direction. So I'm a little bit wary of, I'll call them Trojan horse policies, where they apply to a particular chapter, but then they apply to everything else in the plan. So I'm looking at that particular, the number 8 on your list there. In the event of a conflict, it prevails over, and it sort of, to me, that reads like the NPS for electricity transmission will then trump other NPSs where there may be a conflict arises. And I just appreciate where we started about this is quite complex and sophisticated, and we just need to be careful when we're looking at how they might apply.
And what is, I was explaining to Commissioner Littlejohn, what we tried to do was not so much give the NPSET a hand up over the NZCPS, but by drafting clauses 4, 5, and 6 in a way in which you seek to avoid the adverse effects that are identified in the NZCPS. If that's not achieved, then either someone makes a decision that you have to avoid them, or you move on to the next level, which is that you mitigate, you remedy or mitigate. So basically, we were not so much trying to give the NPSET priority over the NZCPS as much as to bring together the two policies in a text that could be dealt with by a decision maker when an application comes before them. So that was, as in, I appreciate in our submission, if this will sit in the NU chapter, it might look like it just deals with the NPSET, but it's actually trying to deal with both policies. And we did try to make them work together as much as we could.
I appreciate this is
So
this is not easy stuff, and having helped write a national policy statement and then looked at the others and go, who wrote those? They should be writing them like we're writing them. So I really appreciate different authors, different time, different priorities, and it doesn't make it easier for decision makers like myself and Mr. Littlejohn, and certainly not for you as practitioners. Yes.
And also at the moment, in the context of what Transpower has at the moment as assets, this would truly only apply to new assets. So it would only apply if ever there's a need, which there are obviously discussions at the moment, there's no certainty around them. And some of the discussions, for instance, if there is renewable energy offshore and it needs to be connected to the national grid, then at some point there will need to be some national grid assets through the coastal environment because it will physically have to go through there.
Hey, thank you for that. Kitta, do you have any other matters you want supplementary to that? Or should we move
I
to
I think in your answers to Commissioner Coffin, I think I've understood a little bit better how you say you're not providing a policy that actually decides which one prevails. You're creating a policy which essentially passes the buck to a decision maker subsequently in applying the policy in the context of an actual development to either say yay or nay. And this is where your recognition so that it can't proceed versus the otherwise remedy or mitigate kicks in. It's speaking to, I guess to some extent, it's speaking to Transpower in their development of any proposals for a significant expansion of the national grid within the coastal environment, to know that if they don't go to the ends of the earth to try and avoid these significant aspects of the coastal environment, there is a prospect they may fail, because effectively the policy gives the decision maker to reach that view. So yeah.
But while also recognizing, as I mentioned before, the fact that through the ACRE process, Transpower does make every effort to try and avoid as many things as possible.
Yep.
And also that there may be a need at some point, which I appreciate I can't nominate now, and my client doesn't have a particular development in mind, where this may be envisaged and this may be this may be needed as a national grid asset to be located in the coastal environment. But yes, it does, partly because we're thinking that way, if you have an actual example in front of you, if you have an actual application, you may be able
absolutely.
to
I mean,
make these judgment calls.
Yep. The legal issue then comes down to what is the scope of the phrase in the context of district plan preparation? What is the scope of the phrase give effect to? And I think there's a paucity of case law on that. So give effect to either means that the policy document itself needs to resolve the conflicts, or it needs to, and I guess that's the orthodox sort of notion that you're writing a document that has to do all of these things. But of course, we know district plans are not just statements of position, they're also algorithms for resolving problems through consent processes. So I guess a more integrated and enlightened approach could be that give effect to means, in the absence of resolving the conflict with words, provide a mechanism whereby the conflict can be resolved in accordance with the relevant provisions that may be in conflict or may not. Okay. There we go. I think I've given myself my answer. So I got there.
I think we're more in the realm of algorithms rather than an answer here.
Yeah.
That's what it was trying to do. And what we're saying is that through this clause, we believe we've kind of married them as much as possible while trying to give effect to both.
I see Mr. Jennings is no longer listening. I'm sure he would have a view on this, given that his client is one of the ones that has led to most of the case law about this. But I think I've crystallized the legal issue. What's the scope of give effect to? Does it require absolute resolution of conflict, or does it enable a plan that facilitates the resolution of that conflict and doesn't favor one over the other in a way where there is conflict? Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kokolisco. That was really helpful. I think that just that last bit of questioning just crystallized in my mind what we're talking about, a framework for decision making rather than a policy and rules framework that says yes or no. So that was quite helpful to get to that. So just at this stage, I think you're going to pass over to Ms. Radd.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to start with an apology, because with the excitement of the long weekend and school holidays, I completely forgot to put in a summary. So I apologise for that. I probably haven't got a lot to add to what Ms. Korkolescu has already outlined. I think from my perspective, the main points are that arising out of hearing 11, which was network utilities, I had a clear preference that one policy go into the network utilities chapter. So it's almost like one, Ms. Korkolescu said it offline previously, but one policy to rule them all. So it's just done once rather than replicating it across different chapters. But because we haven't had any direction, you know, and that was Mr. Stener's approach as well when he reported back to the panel. But because we haven't had any feedback from the panel as to whether that's an acceptable approach or not, that's why we've almost had to have, we've had to put forward other options, and hence why this new policy into the coastal environment chapter. So I think that's really the main part of my evidence. And then going down to paragraph 29, I was just a bit concerned that there is duplication across the plan of coastal environment matters. And I've set out some of those. And I do find it frustrating, and I'm sure other council officers have found it frustrating as well, that the national planning standards are not particularly clear where provisions should be located when they cross over between the coastal environment and other Part 2 chapters. And I've set that out at paragraph 31. So as a practitioner, I consider it would make for a more logical plan if a consistent approach is taken to provisions that cross over, to locate them in a single chapter rather than being scattered across multiple chapters. And that reinforces that approach of having one policy in that network utilities chapter that deals with the national grid. Going on down to paragraph 32 of my evidence, I talk about CEP8, and the key issue there is, what have I got there? Just that I supported the amendment sought by PowerCo to recognise the functional, technical and operational feasibility, although Ms. Macbeth did recommend rejecting that request. And I just make the point at paragraph 33 that compliance with this policy will be problematic for the national grid due to the technical and operational requirements of network, and as supported by policy 3 of the NPSET. So CEP8 does not take into account the characteristics of the national grid. And at paragraph 34, I've just set out an example. And I think that the easy solution is either the policy which sits in the in the network utilities chapter, or as we've discussed, the new policy that could sit in the CE chapter that deals with the national grid and does the heavy lifting there. But at paragraph 36, having said that, I do prefer the replacement of minimise with avoid, remedy or mitigate, and agree with Ms. Macbeth that it better reflects the NZCPS. Going down onto the natural hazards chapter, there wasn't a heck of a lot there. At paragraph 37, I've looked at NHP4, and I agree with Ms. Korkolescu that it should be or operational or functional need rather than and, for the reasons that she's outlined. Going on down to paragraph 38, this was really that duplication between rules, that you had two rules which essentially crossed over network utilities and the underground network utilities. So just clarifying the scope of those rules and that they cover discrete activities rather than duplicating. But I'm happy to take any questions on any of those.
Hey, thank you for that. I'm not sure if we'll have many questions because I think we've covered most of those previously, but let's just check in. Kit, did you have any questions?
No. I think Ms. Korkolescu bore the brunt of all of the questions, really, because she went first.
That was a good strategy, wasn't
it? Well, actually, just one, just to clarify, paragraph 31 of your evidence, Caroline, you've got a reference down the bottom. Rather than being scattered across, it is my preference that the primary location for such provisions should be the more specific Part 2 chapters rather than the more general coastal environment chapter. Just can you clarify which Part 2 chapters you're referring to? It's just that phrase has a
of course, primarily network utilities. So my preference is to collect all the network utilities provisions that we can and have them in a single chapter rather than scattered throughout.
Okay, so into, yeah, because, well, yeah, the CE provisions are all within part 2 of the plan as well. So what you're saying is potentially that, yeah, it should be within the overlay chapters. You know, let's not get bogged down. You're not talking about part 2 of the RMAs. That's the main.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
No, part 2 of the plan.
Higher order.
Yes.
Jobs. Not RMA. Your conclusion, paragraph 40. Do you also consider that the amendments will give effect to the NZCPS?
Yes, I do. And I think it's something that we've really talked about already with both of you with the hearing panel, is that new policy that I've put forward there is not attempting to say that the NPS rules everything. It's actually attempting to bring the two together and give effect to both, which, you know, is irrefutable. We have to. We don't have any choice.
And that's good. Okay, I had nothing further. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Ms. Rad. I just had a very specific, more clarification than a question. This is at paragraph 37, and this is just in regards to this matter, which I think has been quite well articulated around the operational or functional matter. But there was also the submission point from Transpower around the word functional is not used in the NPS for electricity transmission. It's the technical requirements. But I just had a question in my original notes. Were you still happy with the, as you set it out, the operational need or functional need for the activity? That would still meet Transpower's requirements?
I might defer to Ms. Korkalescu about this. I personally, because of the definitions, National Planning Standard definitions of operational need and functional need, I think they are deliberately broad. I'm not certain how the technical need fits into that and whether it's defined in any other. I'll just check that it's not defined in the NPCT. No, it doesn't seem to be.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's fine.
But operational need would be sufficient. Our from a legal perspective, the point was more that because it's linear infrastructure, there are multiple options of where you can place a straight line, and it would be quite difficult at times to prove that you had a functional need if it ends up being construed very narrowly to go through a particular environment when you had quite a few options and you may have been able to go through a different environment. While operational need is something that would generally be sufficient for the national grid, a national grid asset, to be able to meet as a requirement. So if it's either or, then the national grid would be able to locate there.
Yeah, I thought it was a point well made. Yeah, I was thinking it was just about the term from the functional side, because that wasn't a term that was used in the national policy statement. Rather, it was technical requirements.
Yeah, correct.
But that's okay. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions. Kit, anything else?
No, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for your submissions, and really appreciated you talking to them today, albeit it's been a long weekend and first day back at work. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And we've got Ms. Johnson, I think, is our last one. Hey, good to see you again, Helen. And I know at the last couple of hearings, well, the couple that I've been on, you haven't attended, but you'd still presented, provided us with a brief. And my understanding from many of these submissions, you thought that it's really important to be helpful in the development of the plan based on your experience, not only with the council, but as a practitioner in the district. So if I haven't acknowledged you before, I just wanted to acknowledge you this time. I haven't seen you for a little while, and good to see you. Hope you and the family are all well and safe in your respective homes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we are well.
Thank you. And we'll pass it over to you.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission point today. I very much enjoyed listening to Ms. Beth's presentation this morning. It was really interesting and I learned a lot from it, and it took me back a weeny bit, I have to say. So with regard to my evidence, in that I note that the submission points that I made to the Coastal Environment chapter, generally I agree with Ms. Macbeth's recommendations, so I don't intend to speak to that part of the hearing. With respect to the submission points on the Natural Hazards chapter, there are two matters that I wish to address. One is the matter of the stormwater flooding layer, and the other is the rules for the fault hazard area. With respect to the first part, I think it's fair to say that as a former policy planner, I have a level of discomfort with the stormwater flooding layer as a non-district plan layer. And that's because my understanding is that the Resource Management Act is an inclusive statute, particularly with regard to formulation and changes to plans and policy documents. So the inclusion of the stormwater flooding area outside of the plan, regardless of whether it was as a non-district plan layer on the E-plan or whether it's included in GIS, as per Ms. Macbeth's recommendations, would mean that it can be changed without going through the normal Schedule 1 process. And that's what I have a level of discomfort with. So particularly given the use of the layer, again, whether it's in or out of the plan, to determine whether rules apply. So things like maintenance tracks, accessory buildings, relocations and additions to building, all of those sorts of things that are actually quite commonplace practices. As noted by Ms. Macbeth this morning, this is a really tricky one. When we put the operative district plan together back in '98, we were working with 97 stormwater management plans. And dredging my memory, I seem to remember that before I left council in 2003, we were actually looking at updating plans at that time. I think it kind of fell through the gap. So I understand that the information does need to be updated and that the plan process can take time. But I think that if you are including something or referencing something that has an effect on people in the way that stormwater ponding areas do or stormwater flooding areas do, then there should be an opportunity for them to get involved. So I asked Christine to send you a little bit of a document that I put together, and that just shows the difference between the operative district plan and the proposed district plan in terms of ponding areas or stormwater flood area in the proposed district plan. So in the first example,
would you like me to share that?
Yeah, sure. Might be useful.
Can you bring that up, Christine? Because I'm quickly trying to find it in my filing system here.
Here we are.
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
So what actually made me do this was because I was looking at a consent application in this particular area. And I noticed that under the the operative district plan, there actually weren't any ponding areas in there. Whereas if you have a look at the second part, which is the proposed district plan, you actually have quite a lot of new ponding areas and a lot of properties that are affected by the rules in the district plan because of them. So the one below is the, if you can move that down, please, Christine. Thank you. Is in the CBD area. And I had a look at this one because I know that New Plymouth District Council, when I was there, was doing a lot of work in this area in terms of stormwater upgrades and the like. And you can see that in certain areas, like down around Fulford Street, which is at the bottom centrally, some of the ponding areas have been removed or altered in terms of their the way that they look. So I know that this is a matter of concern for a number of councils. And Ms Macbeth refers to 3 councils, the Auckland one, Kapiti and Waikato in her evidence. And as queried by Commissioner Littlejohn this morning, she notes that there is some legal evidence in regard to this, which I haven't had an opportunity to have a look at. But she does note that the use of non-statutory layers has not been challenged in the Auckland situation. While I can appreciate that it may be a mechanism that recognises the rapidity of change in the stormwater flooding area situation, I'm still concerned about the ability of people who might be affected by it. So for example, on that first one, like I said, no ponding areas to quite a substantial area of ponding areas. If that happened in another area where the council doesn't have more up-to-date stormwater management plans, then potentially the landowners don't actually have the ability to be involved in that process through the Schedule 1 process that the Act sets out. So fundamentally, I do note that Ms Macbeth noted that Kapiti actually have some flood areas, and I had a look at that this morning. I also had a look at Waikato, but couldn't quite find any on theirs. So there have been circumstances where they have used them within the plan, recognising that they are changeable. And I also noted in my evidence that there are other areas such as coastal erosion and the other hazards that are actually mapped as well. So as I understand it, the difference with the stormwater flooding area is the fact that they are constantly working to improve and upgrade them, and therefore that they are more likely to change, I guess, potentially than the other hazard layers. I understand all that, but I am still concerned, I guess, about
Helen,
the ability to participate.
If the outcome of improving knowledge in relation to this mapped layer was to retreat the ponding area on private property, then presumably you wouldn't have as much of a concern than if it was the opposite, such that upstream changes increased the extent of ponding areas downstream.
To a certain extent, that's true. I guess Ms Macbeth did refer this morning to efficiency, where consents were required for areas that were no longer subject to ponding areas, for example.
Yep.
But I think that there is actually a way of getting around that by incorporating additional things within the rules to allow for that.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see what the legal basis for it was. I mean, the interesting thing with the unitary plan is because it's a combined plan, it was dealt with across both all of the regional requirements as well as the district requirements. So that, for example, up in the regional wide rules around diversion of stormwater, no development is allowed to occur that cannot achieve hydrological neutrality from a stormwater point of view. So you've actually got a regional rule which requires any increase in impervious surfaces in an upstream catchment to maintain the same rate and flow and all of that sort of stuff. So you've generally got a control on what might have an impact in a downstream ponding situation. So we don't sort of have that here, and I don't have any information about how the regional plan deals with that at a catchment wide level. So as I say, I'll be interested to see what the legal theory behind this is. And I guess I initially shared your concern. I read it and I thought, how can they do that? That's not right. So I will be interested to see how the unitary plan decision makers, and indeed if there are any other examples of this, have dealt with that very issue, that there is the potential for an impact and a rule to become imposed upon a property in circumstances where there was no ability to contest or have control over it.
I think that's a fair comment. I mean, I would prefer that it was a layer and that they had to go through a plan change process. But if one thing I did note was in my thinking about this was that if the panel comes to the conclusion that that's not workable or inappropriate, then with regard to the text that's included, Ms. Macbeth recommends including at the beginning of the chapter, it talks about not only the new stormwater layer, but also the old ponding areas, and yet there's reference in a report to the old ponding areas being defunct. So I would like that at least to be kind of tidied up, recognising that there are some places where they're still relevant because they haven't updated the stormwater management plans for those areas yet.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were in.
That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay.
I guess I will look with interest as well to see what comes out of the legal side of things.
Yeah. So the rest of your evidence, do you want to talk to us about structures in the fault hazard area?
If you're happy for me to go on to that now.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. I'm reading your body language, but you're looking down at your papers. Helen, I'm happy for you to take us through the rest of the evidence, and then we'll do a wrap up of our questions at the end.
Sure. So with regard to the fault hazard area, the concerns that I have that I raised in the submission related to the erection of structures other than buildings in the fault hazard area. And reviewing Ms. Macbeth's recommendations in terms that she's included in Appendix 1, I'm still somewhat confused about why accessory buildings are okay in a fault hazard area, but structures such as paths, pergolas, masts, any of those sorts of things aren't. So I tried to, I guess, dive down into what the matters of concern with fault hazard areas are based on my previous experience with the planning process. And from reading the objectives and policies in the proposed district plan, it appears that the emphasis is on ensuring that activities do not increase the risk to human life through the use of a structure, such as, for example, a habitable building, to use the old terminology, or for living activities, to use the proposed district plan terminology. The other matter is that we don't want to see adverse effects on the environment as a result of the hazard affecting structures, such as where you might have something that's running through a pipe that gets discharged, or you have disruption of electrical supply, or you have disruption of communication networks. And in one point in her Section 42A report, Ms. Macbeth actually, recognises that the operative district plan was targeted towards trying to achieve those outcomes. So I guess what I'm asking the panel to consider, and I've suggested rules that may be appropriate to actually address this, is that they target for the for the fault line hazard area, they target the activities that are of concern. So I've separated the flood and the fault hazard area, because with the flood areas, you're concerned about things like impacts on where the water goes and actually pushing it onto something else, whereas a fault hazard area has quite different types of effects associated with it. So I've separated out the two areas, and I've suggested some quite simple rules for fault hazards, which basically relate to erection of structures, and then talks about network utilities as well. I've had a look at what Ms. Macbeth prepared in terms of Rule R11, and I have to admit that I find it as written a wee bit confusing, because it does refer back to other earlier rules within the chapter. And although R11 actually relates to new structures or upgrading of structures, it relates back to activities that talk about maintenance or demolition or addition, which implies to me that the structure is already there. So I can't understand the connection between those cross-referencing within Rule R11. So I've suggested, like I said, I've suggested some fairly simple rules. I accept that they may need some tweaking to reflect national standards or plan structure, you know, the national planning standards or submissions raised in other matters. But I thought it gave a starting point that possibly Ms. Macbeth might be able to come up with a response or may assist in terms of deliberating about this. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Kit?
Yep, no, I think I understood all of that. I didn't have any particular questions. It is it's an issue I'm sure Ms. Macbeth will reflect on and can come back to us on. But thanks yet again for getting into the entrails of this document and exposing them for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just while I've got you here, I wouldn't mind because you're a practitioner working with people in the community. I just want to circle back to the stormwater flooding areas, and if they aren't in the plan, and then the definition is applied, how do you think that works for mom and pops who are looking to do something and they don't actually even realise whether they're affected or not? What's the process that they might go through to get to a place where they can show to the council that a flooding area doesn't affect them or does affect them and this is what they need to do?
As I understand it, and Ms. Macbeth may be able to assist with this, is that if you hadn't had a flooding area applied to you previously, you'd pretty much just assume there wasn't one because you hadn't been told about it. So the only time that it would be picked up that you were doing something with that is if you were applying for a building consent or for a limb or something like that. And so from reading the Section 42A report, as I understand it, you would then be asked to produce a report that demonstrated that the requirements for a permitted activity would be met, and that report would have to be prepared by a suitably qualified person. So, yeah, I mean, potentially you've got no idea what's going on until it kicks in, and all of a sudden something that you thought was going to be a reasonably simple building consent process has a whole heap of other issues and costs associated with it. I'm not disagreeing with the need to provide, you know, geotechnical information. We use geotechnical reports quite a lot, and we also use stormwater reports quite a lot on subdivisions particularly. But I guess your question is about how do they even know what they're getting into? And that's one of the main concerns that I have.
That certainly seems like that's the value of having planning map layers, yes. And particularly when we're moving into the GIS E-plan environment where, you know, accessibility is king and queen, where people can go and see their property and see how it might be affected. And if information isn't there, they may, in the first instance, make a presumption that flooding isn't a matter that they need to consider. Certainly if they're looking at the back and it hasn't flooded in their memory, they would probably be very logical for them to proceed with plans and potentially spending money on preparing plans ready for doing a build or whatever they're needing to do with that knowledge or lack of knowledge until perhaps something else triggers it down the road. And I suppose this is for Ms. Macbeth to come back to us. I'd be just really interested to see how that process then, if you had a situation where the maps don't show these flooding areas, how this is picked up. Is that something that's put on the limbs? And so that's the way in which it's triggered through the Building Act or some other mechanism within council. Or the non-statutory layer isn't available to the public, but it's available to the staff and officers.
Is it okay to speak out of?
Yes.
Yeah. So Mr. James's evidence outlines that, and the fact that the development community is reasonably comfortable with it. So in terms of building consent requirements, there's actually quite a bit of efficiencies that they need it for a building consent anyway. For things like earthworks, that's potentially more problematic because you might not need a building consent. You might think you comply with the dimensional earthworks, but you might be in a stormwater flooding area and not know, and that is more problematic. But in terms of anything that needs a building consent, perhaps we can ask Mr. James to comment on that, but it is outlined in his evidence.
Thank you. Mr. James, did you want to add anything there?
Yes, I can comment. As Ms. Macbeth says, the development community is pretty well versed with assessing flood and stormwater issues, and suitably qualified experts exist in the community, and they will do some standard work using sometimes council maps that might exist, and sometimes they may have to develop a whole catchment analysis for a particular site. The ideal situation would be, excuse me, when the council's been right through all of the catchments, done all of the mapping, and all that mapping exists. Then everybody's working off the same page. Everybody's got the same information. That's the position we want to get to, but that's about a 10-year plan and about $10 million worth of work. We just don't have the resources to roll that out straight away, which is we're going to prioritise which catchments we can work on and try and get that flood mapping out as fast as we can. And that's why the ability to update those maps as the information becomes available is pretty important. If we have to wait for another 10 years before we get that information out, then we've got people building in risky places, which they don't even know. And it does put onus back on the development community to work all of that out. We're starting off, developing up the roadmap at the moment on how we're going to roll out our stormwater catchment management plans. Some of the first high level work we're going to do is mapping overland flow paths and tidying up some of the high level information and getting that immediately available, which helps this process and starts to fill in some of those gaps that are already existing. So we are working and going forward. Hopefully that's useful information.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, you know, in processing consents, and the building consent and the resource consent teams work quite closely together on these, with the development engineer overseeing all of it. So yeah, I guess implementation wise, it seems to be working, just administering the land in 4404, and yeah, we're just bringing some more into the proposed plan, which is actually already happening under the Building Act.
You've mentioned a few times that the development community is comfortable with these types of provisions. You would have heard my question to Ms. Johnson. I was providing the hypothetical of mum and dad in their neighbourhood. They go to the council with they're doing a little build out the back of their house for their son, and lo and behold, they get a little bit of a surprise. What's the process for them? And they might not be in a similar position to the development community where they can share costs or pass on those costs to others.
Well, from what I've seen, the development engineers would assist them in terms of establishing appropriate floor levels. Okay. And then with the proposed, Mr. James can please confirm, I understand there's encouraging relocatable buildings, or well, the proposed plan anyway does. So you might need to get some engineering through that, but most likely you can then do it as a permitted activity.
So I'm probably I'm thinking of a worst case scenario. Mr. and Mrs. Tamete turn up to the council. They're told that their area is flooded and go away and get a geotechnical expert. The council can provide them some preliminary advice and about these are the types of requirements that might be needed. This is the information that we currently have to hand. Is that the case?
Yes, that's correct. I can comment on that. We generally try and help out as much as possible, and there's degrees of analysis that might be needed. It might be fairly simple and straightforward. We can do a bit of desktop work to assist. If it's a situation where it's a bit more complicated, for example, a situation in Inglewood at the moment, we've got 4 or 5 developments all in one catchment. Council has done a special catchment study up front ourselves to develop the flood maps to help all of those people move that area forward. So it's kind of depends on the situation, but our aim is not to have people in trouble and not to have them come along later and we're trying to sort out a mess. We're trying to get ahead of the game.
It's certainly acknowledged. Thank you very much for that explanation. Captain, do you have any other further questions?
No, I'm going to reflect on this a little bit. I might come back and reply. Yeah, it really does lead on from what you were saying, Antoine, about you don't know what you don't know to some extent, and the way in a way it was almost better to at least acknowledge in the overview that the stormwater flooding layer was a non-district plan layer, because then at least there was an indicator that it had been identified and existed somewhere. By getting rid of all of that, then I'm developing in the residential zone, for example, and there's nothing in the residential zone that says that one of the standards for new buildings is that I avoid a stormwater flooding area. So I've then just got to naturally rely on my consultants to take me to the natural hazards chapter and identify that there's potentially a stormwater flooding area here based on their knowledge of a 1% event potentially causing some flooding on the property. And then I mean, at that point, you're in safe hands because you've got consultants who know what's going on. And I suspect that that's probably going to cover 90% of the cases. But for the average person looking at the plan, wanting to know whether or not they are in a stormwater flooding area, it's potentially not that helpful. But look, it's not a question, it's just something I'll probably have a chat to Commissioner Coffin about, and we might come back to you and talk about that later on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kit. I was thinking about some streamlined planning processes I ran in Rotorua in the foothills, and comprehensive developments. Stormwater was one of the biggest issues. Several $100,000 invested not only by the developer but by the council as well. But across the road, it's quite a mature development. 30, 40-year-old homes, mostly a lot of retired folk who are on fixed incomes. They didn't know anything about the stormwater, and they'd have to do everything on their own. And they all know their neighbours, but they're not that friendly that they'll all share the costs of sorting out stormwater from up the hill. So I suppose I'm just trying to apply some worst case scenarios where, in the normal scheme of things, comprehensive development, investment by both the council and the developers to address the stormwater issues and other issues, but it's within those existing residential areas. And Ms. Johnson picked out a few of those in her little maps and just showing some mature residential areas where there was some flooding areas, and now they can't see them, but they've got the definition, and ordinary folk might not be able to recognise that straight away until a little bit later and get a bit of a surprise. So this isn't an easy area, but it's just good to be able to have these discussions before we sort of set the direction for the next 10 years. I appreciate that. Thank you again, Ms. Johnson, for preparing your submissions and always being available to come online with us. Much appreciated.
If I might, Commissioner, I'd just like to emphasise that I don't disagree with the need to manage these areas. What I disagree with is the process that you use for changing them and the ability to involve people. I would also agree with Commissioner Littlejohn that having them actually on the planning maps, albeit as a non-statutory layer, is actually really useful. And that if I had to choose between that and what was proposed in Ms. Macbeth's Section 42A report, I think I'd stick with the having it on the planning maps.
Hey, thank you very much for that, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
I think that's us, Christine, for this afternoon. Hey, thanks everybody who's listening in for tomorrow and those who have joined us to give evidence or present today are much appreciated. I don't have any hands up from anybody, so everyone's comfortable. Sorry, I can't see you, but I think that's us for the afternoon, and we'll be back again just before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I think it's my role to close it with us with a karakia, unless you've got anything else to say, Kit.
No, over to you.
Fantastic. Just as we close, I'd just like to acknowledge Stephen, who didn't join us today. Even I think at 10 o'clock last night, he was thinking, oh, maybe I can, but no. I'm really glad that he made the decision to look after himself. You can't look after anybody else unless you look after yourself. So with that, just like to acknowledge everyone who's joined us from New Plymouth and other places. I hope you and your respective families and friends are all safe and well in your respective offices and homes. Wichira e mihi kawana kia koutou. Whai karori hareru kia ihua ngā mano. Mātua tama wairua tapu mena pono me te mangai. A tātū ki te kauriki wairua te arapu jamba ki pururi tua. Ha mora te tīmatanga o tinga mātua tumata nei ko te mangai no hei tautaka mai. Ai nei ākene harmony. Kia ora, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah. Take care. Bye.
See you later.
Thanks, Christine.
No problem.